It is 4 o'clock and we have a quorum. So I will begin this meeting of the Grand County Council or Commission, regular meeting. It is September 1st, 2020. The time is 4:01. The commissioners that are present at this time are Greg Halliday, Jalen Hawks, Evan Clapper, Curtis Wells, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek. Not present at this time is Rory Paxman. For people for elected officials, we have Quinn Hall, Clerk Auditor. Is Christina Sloan on? I don't see her at this moment. Staff, we have County Administrator, Chris Baird, and County Assistant Administrator, Mallory Nassau. I hope I haven't missed anyone. We will begin. This is the portion of our evening that we have citizens to be heard. We receive public comments by phone and online through Zoom. You can dial 996-900-9833. The median idea is 817-3631. 7553 number, password 564154. Mallory, you wanted me to add something else to this announcement, but I don't remember what it was. Do you?
Yes, just that if people are participating by phone and would like to make a public comment, they'll need to press *6 to unmute.
So if you are attending by phone, press *6. Gabriel Wojtek, yes?
Would you read the phone number again? I think you got that number wrong to begin with.
Okay, you can receive public comment by phone and online through Zoom. Dial 669-900-6833.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
So am I a citizen or am I on the agenda? This is Bruce Jenkins.
Bruce, I think you're on the agenda.
Okay.
Presentation, Dee? Yes.
Okay.
This is for people that want to comment on things on the agenda. Does not appear as though we have any citizens to be heard. We will once again open up citizens to be heard at 6 o'clock. We will now move to the portion of our meeting for approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mary, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of August 18th, 2020,
Do you
and
want-
also August 21, 2020, which is a special meeting.
Thank you, Greg. Great motion by Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Discussion. Quinn, I want to thank you. It's been such a pleasure to have our minutes in such a timely fashion. It's made it a lot easier to remember what happened at the meeting. So thank you for getting to us so quickly.
No problem. Happy to do it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hands or say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. We are now to the portion of our meeting where we ratify bills.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, that would be great, Gabriel.
All right. Making a motion to ratify Grand County bills to be approved. September 1, 2020, total bills in the amount of $481,536.38. Total payroll in the amount of $227,524.26. And total bills and payroll combined at $709,060.64. Also, the clerk auditor has pulled out and called out a charge of $238,362.57 made on August 9th, 2020, for the record.
For the Cigna Healthcare, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just to be clear, that is included in the $709,000 amount.
Wasn't sure if I should mention that. Maybe next time I won't.
No, I think it's a good thing that we pointed out because so thank you. I think we do recognize it's part of the bills. Okay, any discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Gabriel Wojtek.
We need a second.
Wait, Mary, you need a
Oh, I
second.
need a second. Sorry, I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Greg Halliday. Now we will, is there discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a roll call vote. Gabriel Wojtek.
Aye.
Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Jalen Hawks.
Yes.
Evan Clapper.
Yes.
Curtis Wells.
Yes.
Mary McGann, yes. Passes unanimously, 6-0. We are now to commissioners' disclosures. Do we have any commissioners that need to disclose anything for this agenda?
I'll disclose, though it may not everything may not pertain to an action item tonight. I will disclose that I am currently employed by the Youth Garden Project, and also was formerly employed by the Community Rebuilds Affordable Housing program, and it was also a homeowner recipient of that program, but retain no formal ties.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to general commission reports and future considerations. Gabriel.
Yeah, so I've been pretty busy with the mental health board that oversees Four Corners behavioral health. On the 27th, we had a board retreat most of the day. That was nice. A couple of the staff members at Four Corners gave us some historical perspectives with regards to mental health services and behavioral health in this country. And they gave a presentation about Operation Recovery, which is a really great thing that's based out of Price right now. It's a really great thing that they're doing. It's medication-assisted treatment, primarily associated with treating folks with opioid issues with opioid addiction. And it's medication as treatment, just as we would treat any chronic illness. And they're just getting incredible results. They surveyed 75 of their participants, and 79% of those participants reported no jail or prison after their involvement in that program, when 75% prior to that said that they had that type of involvement. 10% increase in employment, from 47% to 8% involvement with the Department of Child and Family Services. 88% or 63% said that they had criminal involvement prior to treatment in the program, whereas afterwards 88% said no, they didn't have any criminal involvement, and 95% were hopeful for long-term recovery. And so when we're talking about 10% of adult Americans are in recovery for with addiction, it's just these types of programs I think really are worth being supported and lobbied for, and I came away really convinced of that. With especially with just sort of the results that they're seeing, especially when you have outfits like Four Corners that have a rapport, where there's a rapport with staff and counselors, and so that mental health service can be all encompassing. So there were a couple lawmakers on the call. John Curtis's office was in on the call. You had a couple staffers in Washington that took part, and they're explaining their efforts to expand telehealth and also just general access to healthcare in these times of financial stress during COVID, in addition to their stated efforts to increase access to testing and vaccination. But yeah, I think, just thinking about the context locally and keeping things in perspective, anything that we can do to identify lowering regulations for some of these medical medication assisted treatments, but also anything that would support the use of Medicaid for folks that are in jail for their own mental health services, which is currently just a really tricky or impossible sort of feat. And then, Representative Albrecht was also in on the call, and just wanted to express his sort of open door policy, and also just stressing that when a bill of concern comes up, come to the Capitol and testify before the appropriate committee. Also with that board, I just wrapped up and involved, we were working for a few months over the course of several Zoom calls on a executive review committee that I was sitting on, and that kind of came to its conclusion. And I can't say enough good things about the administration and the organization in general of Four Corners. That's all I have for today.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Greg Halliday.
Yes. On the 26th of August, attended the Moya Museum. And they're one of their major programs right now is the acknowledgement of our presence on Indigenous lands. They want to make a point of that. One of the major things that they're concerned about, again, of course, is the repair of the roof. They're prepared to contribute, what was it, a third on that. Also, the county appropriations for it, they're concerned about that. Also, they got a Utah Office of Tourism grant for $7,775 for advertising in Salt Lake City and Grand Junction. So that's all I got there. Also, I set in for you, Mary, on the Canyon Country Partnership meeting on the 27th. Frankly, I was impressed by the number of offices that are involved with that. I mean, everything from the governor's office, oil and gas, abandoned mine, reclamation, Forest Service, tourism, state parks, Forest Service. I'm really skipping over these because there's so many of them. UDOT, SITLA, San Juan County, Representative Curtis, Emery County, and Senator Romney's office. So, yeah, I mean, that was just a few. There was a lot more than that. But yeah, that is an impressive group. And I have to give kudos, especially to Carr and Jorgen for helping to enable that. So, and that's all I got. Oh, one other thing. Thursday in Market on Center, that'll be in the ball fields across from the park. They're in Moab. The museum is going to have a little display, but I will be there also in full mountain man regalia, including a flintlock long rifle that I personally built, and all my equipment, my bags, knives, all that kind of stuff. So I will be there from 5 to 7. So stop by and say hello. That's all I've got.
Just to follow up on that, Greg, the market itself runs from 5 to 8, and it's right on Center Street, not in the ball.
Okay.
But that's awesome. I'll have to swing by.
Okay.
Yes, that sounds really fun.
All right.
Thank you. And thank you for attending that meeting for me. I
You're welcome.
appreciated that. It's
You're
you learn a lot.
Yeah.
Jalen Hawks.
Okay, first of all, I'm wondering if Gabe can tell us if there are any imminent plans for groundbreaking for Four Corners' new facility in Moab. Is there an update on that?
No updates. I don't. The topic hasn't been broached with the board in terms of restarting that.
Okay. Okay, then. So I'll start with Planning Commission. I don't need to elaborate that they are working on a small area plan. We attended a joint workshop with the Planning Commission to discuss that further, and it looks like it's coming along nicely, so that's exciting. In Planning Commission, one of the citizens urged the commissioners to compel the Grand County commissioners at that. I think we might have been council at that time. No, we weren't. Anyway, to compel Grand County Council to, in addition to disclosing any potential conflicts, to also disclose any ex parte communications. The Planning Commission declined to do that and encouraged that citizen to come to the council. I think that he has mentioned that to us before. And so I reached out to Christina, and we will most likely be having an agenda item next meeting to discuss what best practices are regarding that. I personally think if we were to disclose all ex parte communications, depending on the definition, it would we might be here till 7 o'clock just disclosing all of those conversations. So it seems like there should be a happy medium. The Key Leader Board and the intergenerational poverty effort is up and running again. That's exciting. We had a meeting on August 25th. There is an organization called Rural Utah Child Development that runs Head Start and Early Head Start. They are writing a grant for between $750,000 and $850,000 It's a federal grant, it's competitive, no guarantee we'll get it, but we do have some really good things going for us. It's for childcare ages 0 to 3. They're applying for 42 slots, 24 of which will come to Grand County, which is terrific because if that comes to fruition, that will provide possibly a director job here in Moab to go ahead and run it would be 3 separate facilities and probably, 7 to 8 new positions for childcare providers. What they're working through now is finding space. I wasn't able to attend a tour today to look at possible space, but some of the options include the Scout House that the city uses. Well, the city lets Scouts use the house. I believe it is city owned. That could be used during the day because the Scouts only use it in the evenings. Head Start would be available, the Head Start building, for a swing shift option, and also looking at options out at Arroyo Crossing. Anyway, it's pretty exciting that after so many months, years, that this is finally making some good progress again. And childcare in Grand County, particularly for that age, needs some revamping. Attended the Housing Authority meeting. They've requested 19 lots to be reserved at Arroyo Crossing for self-help projects, and Community Rebuilds has reserved 9 lots, I believe. So that project is getting ready to blossom. Went to the UAC board meeting. They had a long discussion on how dues are assessed from each county. They're trying to do 2 things at once. One is to make up for $160,000 of fee losses when Utah County pulled out. And the other, they would like to roll in the fees for public lands into the overall dues. So it's looking like they're probably going to work on a proposal to be voted on at the next meeting. I think the one that they have landed on is assess a base fee for each county plus a weighting for population. It looks like for Grand County that would probably mean an increase of about $4,000. And I believe that is with the public lands dues thrown in. I went to the Association of Local Government meeting, which is actually 3 in 1. The revolving loan fund met, and they approved 1 application for a business loan and rejected the other. Let's see, at the AOG meeting itself, there was a congressional update by Carolyn Phippen, who I believe is with Senator Romney's office, and then Larry Ellertson. And of course, they're trying to get PILT legislation through that would pay an amount equitable in terms of the money that we're losing due to the inability to tax all of our public lands as private property. So, that it probably won't be that dramatic at first, but they're working really hard to get something through so that we're compensated better for all of the public lands, and that's throughout Utah. Let's see, they're penning a letter to Vice President Pence to decide to ask for clarification regarding how any possible future vaccines will be distributed, asking why, how, and where, and to whom. I think that first why was supposed to be a who, not a why, sorry. Who, how, and where. And I think they've passed a Leave the Local Governments Alone Act or resolution, or working on it to allow local governments to use COVID funding how they need without fear of having to return the money. We talked about weatherization and rehabilitation home projects. And as I mentioned in another report, we really need to do a better job of getting the word out. I'm toying with the idea of trying to find who the nonprofit clearinghouse is in Moab, because those are all of the entities that need to know about this money to update weatherization options and rehabilitate homes built. There's just an unlimited number of things. Some people get roofs, some people get windows, some people get wheelchair ramps. And similarly, the ESG CARES Act funding to prevent homelessness has a $273,000 budget for this year alone, and they'll get more next year. It's for people who have experienced loss of income due to COVID. These are private citizens. They just need to, let's get that email up. They just need to provide a self-declaration of their income that indicates how their financial situation changed. It covers security deposits, rent, arrears, and utilities. I have a phone number if we know of anyone in need, and I imagine they will be very accommodating and creative in distributing that funding. But again, the funds that I've seen distributed have largely not been in Grand County. So there's that. And I'm gonna call that good. That's all I have.
Oh, Jaylyn, you've been busy. Thank you very much. Evan Clapper.
Well, I've been busy in a different way, but the end of the month is quiet for me with council stuff, so I have nothing to report since our last special meeting.
Thank you. Curtis Wells.
Yeah, I would echo Evan's comments. I've been very busy, but I actually took a little hunting trip last week, so it's been pretty slow on the county front. One of the things I did want to bring up is I did get an email from some of the representatives from Rally on the Rocks that are evidently pretty frustrated. And I know we had, there was some discussion about kind of letting the committee oversee that permitting process, but some of the concerns they've raised in the email, I think at this point I'd like to have a council discussion about it. So I'm going to be adding that to the agenda for discussion at our next regular meeting. But just to give you an idea, in particular, there was some concerns about mandating additional donations to local charities in addition to the donations that they've always given. They've donated over $100,000 in the last 5 years, and I think sounds like they kind of have their heads scratched a little bit as far as why that's being singled out. And I would like to hear and understand some of the rationale and understand who the committee is at this point. I'm actually not clear. I know Ruth in the past was involved in that, as was Elaine as the travel council director, but it's not clear to me what the committee membership makeup is, and so that would be helpful. They just have some other concerns regarding hours of use and some concerns about the legality of some of those restrictions, and some of the requests regarding the mufflers that they're questioning whether that's realistic to enforce that. And so on some of this, I don't really think it's the rationale as much as it's are we really imposing requirements that are reasonable or achieve a goal. And so that's really all I have to share on that. Like I said, I intend to bring that up for discussion at our next meeting. But if Ms. Sloan or anyone would like to provide a quick response or comments on that, I would certainly yield my time.
I know we had a meeting, a council meeting where it was discussed that the events committee spent a great deal of time discussing the issues and the problems that event creates, that there are so many more complaints from the citizens you hear and such, that we're working very hard with them, and with the committee was working very hard to come up with some ways to mitigate those issues. You may not have been at that council meeting, I can't remember, but the event people were there, and there was a pretty long discussion and a lot of give and take. I don't specifically remember the donation. I do remember the mufflers, things of that nature, ways to encourage people to respect the neighborhoods, slow it down, be quiet. And having an event, permit is a privilege, not a right. And as a community, we have the right to request that the event does not cause too much negative impact on the community. So the effort was to allow the event to go on, to not just shut it down, but to put restrictions on it so that the community itself is not so negatively impacted. That's my memory of it. Christina, do you have any memory? Were you part of it?
I was part of that, and I think your description is very accurate. It was an attempt by the council to not deny the permit, but to allow this event to continue to proceed with conditions on a probationary period. They did not object at the time. I mean, they certainly argued against some of these stipulations in the meeting, and we found what seemed to be an acceptable compromise. And so once we finalized those stipulations, they did not object. They did object recently when they tried to reschedule the event to this fall. They objected initially, and then they almost immediately, before the special events committee, and I'm not on it, but they put legal questions to me, of course, when they come up. So they had forwarded the email to me, and then almost immediately they went ahead and withdrew their event permit request because of COVID mitigation concerns. So we didn't end up discussing or reaching any sort of decision on any of those points with them. And I agree with Mary that I also do not remember the donation requirement. And I'm also curious where that's coming from. But I do think we need a lane in the conversation.
Chris?
I actually reviewed the minutes and for the meeting where the stipulations were approved, and it did include the donation component. And so Elaine's been, just working straight off of what was approved by the council. And so, I think that if y'all want to review those stipulations, it would, certainly be a good time to do so.
So could those be emailed to us so that we don't have to search for them?
Yes.
Thank you. Rory Paxman joined the meeting at 4:32.
Yeah, so just to like Chris's suggestion, it seems like I think at this point it would be good for the council to review those stipulations and just deliberate on that. That seems like a good next step.
Yeah, and they also just submitted their 2021 request, and so be good to get all this squared away so that we can actually process that request.
Okay.
Yes. Is that all, Curtis?
Just one more thing. We have a new BLM district manager, Gary Torres, that reached out to me, and he was kind of wanting to invigorate the communication between Grand County and the local BLM. We've kind of operated under that liaison role, which at times has been, I think, effective, but at times it's lagged. You know, and especially like with the what comes to mind was the like this discussions about the right of way and the booklets. We kind of had council members scheduling their own meetings to meet with the BLM, like around the liaisons. And so it just didn't seem like a good process. And so what I encouraged him to do is just to come in and kind of have a representative from that office come in on a quarterly basis and just kind of give us an update on the big issues like these lease sales that we discuss and things of that nature, so that typically on those land use issues, and because the land use, the public land issues are such a big deal in our county, it seems like instead of relying on one liaison to coordinate and communicate, not that we need to stop doing that, but if they came in and kind of gave us an update on those big issues, the public would get an opportunity to kind of hear those, you know, those discussions and those updates on those issues in a public forum. And so it sounds like, you know, we may be working into something like that. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Curtis. Rory Paxman, you're muted.
Hey, sorry I was late, folks. Had with work, but anyways, airport board, the next board meeting is September 14th. We're also preparing for FFA certification inspection.
You're cutting out.
Oh, sorry. Now?
Yeah.
Sorry. We're preparing for the FAA certification inspection. We're getting work in runway through help from Road and Bridge Department. We're also working with the county attorney on. The other thing I have is out at the rec board, or through the OSTA committee. We're worried about the water at Kins Lake being low. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do for the ball fields. I know we're talking with groundwater and sewer on trying to figure out how much water we are using, but we are using quite a bit. And so we're trying to get with Steve to find out how he's watering too much. We need to figure out if he can just water at night or what he needs to do there. Our concern, and I need to talk to Chris, employees, because we're worried that the one that we have is overwhelmed with trying to keep up with that whole facility out there. Other than that,
Thank you. You are cutting out a lot, so you might want to figure what's going on. So during our discussions, you can participate. My report, the end of the month is always my quieter time. Plus, I was out of town for most of it, but I do have a couple things to report on. Last meeting, we approved sending a letter to senators requesting that they support the $47.65 million for the UMTRA project. I've sent out many letters, and I've heard back from a few. One specifically, Jesse Pavel from Senator Romney's office says that the $47.65 million has been submitted into the Senate appropriations. So it's pretty exciting that it is in the House, the President's, and the Senate's budget. So that gives us, I think there's a real good chance we're going to get that extra $2.65 million this year, which would be really great. The Solid Waste Special Service District had a meeting last night because things came up and we didn't meet earlier like we usually do. We amended the budget. Evan worked really hard to figure out how to keep everything keep it going and working well with the shortfalls of the TRT, the mineral lease, and plus all interests are down. So our budget has been hit really hard, just like everyone else. He was very creative with finding different types of machinery that could be sold and such that it doesn't look like we're going to have to lay anybody off at this point. That's something that we do not want to do because we finally have a very good staff after all these years. And even though the money's not there, the work is remaining pretty much the same. One thing that had to happen because of the shortfall is all programs that the solid waste did to give back to the community or to help the community, such as the spring and fall voucher programs where people can go up to Moab landfill for free, has been canceled. The hazardous waste collection had to be canceled, and the Castle Valley cleanup days had to be canceled. And that was a hard decision, lots of discussion, but during these short times, we have to make those hard decisions. And I think that's a much better decision than letting go of personnel for many reasons. And I want to shout out to the sheriff's office for getting the signs up saying that there are masks required in Grand County. I really appreciated that. So thank you. That's my report. We are now moving on. Where did I put my? Oh, just to make life interesting, when we were giving our council reports, my cat snuck in with a great big huge lizard. I had to chase him out. We are to elected official report. Christina Sloan.
Just briefly, you'll hear plenty from me tonight, I'm sure, and we have a bunch of presentations, but on the electronic signs that are up, I want to give a shout out to the city.
Oh, the city.
It was Chuck Williams with our city engineer who was able to negotiate those signs with UDOT.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
He had been unsuccessful at the county. So thank you, Chuck.
Because I had emailed Steve White and he said he would see what he could do. So I made the assumption that's why it happened. So thank you for that correction.
It was great too and very responsive to it, but Chuck ended up being the negotiator with UDOT that was most successful. So
thank you. Thank you.
Joint effort. That's it for me for now.
Quinn Hall.
Yeah, things are cruising along here. We're super busy with the election process. Million questions a day, but everything's going pretty smooth other than that. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Quinn on the election? Okay. We have, next person is, I don't see any other elected officials on the meeting. Chris Bear.
Thanks, Mary. I took most of last week off, so not a lot to report from last week, but we're close to closing out our 2019 audit, and I'll just bring up the fact that we came in within budget in every department and every elected office in 2019, and so hats off to all the elected officials and department heads and the budget committee also. It was really, we put together a good process, and I think that a lot of the algorithms that we came up with for projecting expense and revenue worked out really well. Of course, unfortunately, 2020 came and everything's going to have to be reinvented probably. This kind of leads also into the next topic, which is that it's September now already, and we're going to need to fire up the budget committee to do the 2021 budgeting soon. So if you're on that committee, get prepared for some weekly meetings, and also trying to figure out how to project revenue and an expense for 2021. I'm sure it's going to be a bit challenging. Also update the EMS new facilities project is nearing the point where they're just about ready to sign the construction agreement. It sounds like there's a few other agreements that can't be included in the master resolution. And so we'll probably have to have another MBA meeting, probably at our second meeting in September to deal with a few of the loose ends there. But all seems to be going well. And also I've been working with Sitla and Bill Jackson on if you recall, we got a grant contract from the CIB to purchase some easements from Sitla. And I think that's going to have to be approved by the commission because it may affect the county's travel plan. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the implications are. And, I guess I assumed that all the roads that were currently open on Sitla property, that we were going to get an easement for all of them, but it's actually quite far from that. And so I'm trying to get a sort of a layperson's understanding of what the implications of that are. And so as soon as I get that all squared away, I'm going to put that on the agenda and do a presentation with the council to try to figure that all out, move forward. That's all I have. I just wanted to also invite Mallory to give an update if she has one.
I was getting ready to ask her. Mallory?
Yeah, the only thing that I would share at this time is that some of the departments, let's see, we have the clerk's office, planning and zoning, our building department, IT, have all been working together and going to a program so that some of our applications will move to an online kind of forum database that will allow the public to log in, and if they have an application, they can track where it's at in the process. And across the board, I think it's something that will help all of our departments that kind of cross in that building development sector work together. So just a big shout out to everybody working on that, because they've gotten it up and running rather quickly. So hopefully we'll have something to share and a forum you guys can log into and play around with soon. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mallory. Are there any department heads that would like to give an update or comment at this time? Okay, thank you. We will move to agency reports. Sandflats, Andrea Brand.
Hi. Okay. See how successfully I can share my screen here. Mallory and I did a test this morning, so hopefully it's all going to work the same. Okay, are you seeing the Sandflats recreation area sign on your screen? Oh,
Yes.
Let's see. Okay.
Yes.
Phew, you were muted for a minute, Mary. I panicked. Okay. All right, thank you. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you today. This is 2019 and a lot of 2020, just because of where this has fallen for doing the report. So as you're aware, Sandflats is a national recreation trail. The Slick Rock Bike Trail is a national recreation trail, the first one in Utah. And Sandflat's very popular for four-wheeling and mountain biking and motorcycle riding and camping. It operates under a partnership between Grand County and the Bureau of Land Management since 1995. And we are a self-sustaining entity and an enterprise fund, the only one in the county so far. So all of our operating budget comes exclusively from collected fees. And last year we completed our 21st year of self-sustained operation. And this is our mission statement, just to kind of summarize. We want to, our mission is to ensure the outstanding natural features of the area are protected from adverse impacts of recreational use, provide sustainable public recreation opportunities consistent with the area, provide for public safety and reduction of visitor conflict, and assure continuation of positive economic benefits to the county and public access to the area. Both the BLM and Grand County aspire to utilize their combined resources and authorities to cooperatively improve conditions within the area so as to better serve the public and establish a mechanism whereby users of the area and management, protection, and service expenditures. In 2006, Sandflats was recognized at the federal level by the President's Council on Environmental Quality as a premier example of federal and local government working together for successful conservation of public land. So just as a little overview, our entrance station is operated from mid-February to mid-November. We have a self-pay station when we're closed. We have 9 trailheads, 45 marked trails, 9 fee campgrounds, 140 sites now, and 6 group sites. And we collected almost $660,000 in recreation fees last year and $8,500 in grants and over 190,000 visitors to the Sandflats recreation area. This is something that I hadn't shared before. The BLM provided this to me recently, and they were looking as part of another study, but they were looking at the effect, direct effect, indirect effect, induced effect to the economy in Grand County from Sandflats Recreation Area's operation, and it's over $12 million is what they've calculated in providing employment and other things to the county. Last 3 years is represented here, our visitation by month, and you can see in 2019, 161,000, almost 162,000, and I had just said 190,000 to you, and that's because the BLM estimates 30,000 at least in events and outfitter participants coming to the Sandflats recreation area. This is a chart showing our revenue. Pink was 2019. And so you can see we were steadily going up. It was about a 4% increase in 2019 over 2018. Our amenity fees have remained the same since 2016. It's $5 for day use, 10 for the week. Another example, $25 for an annual pass are popular with our locals, and $15 for camping per night are some of the amenity fees listed. We provide day-to-day operations. We have 3 full-time staff, 4 to 6 seasonals, 2 high school apprentices each year in the spring are hired. We have our entrance station staffed where we have fee collection and provide orientation and safety. We maintain our trailheads. We do front country patrol every day, checking every campsite for compliance. We also do backcountry patrols regularly to assess maintenance needs and to help folks in the backcountry. And we do maintenance work along those trails and in the campgrounds to protect the resources. And of course, this includes front country and backcountry work. And trash pickup and toilets are provided along with information kiosks and brochures. And since 1995, we've had the high school apprenticeship program, and that has provided jobs for students since that time. Other contributions, we have volunteer opportunities in the spring and the fall for folks to earn an annual pass and not have to pay the $25. We've contributed to search and rescue 10,000 every year. And last year to the, well, anyway, the total is about 265,000 since 1998. So just some highlights for 2019. I feel like I've been running fast for a year straight here. I think I've worked harder, it seems like, than ever before between last year's event with the 50th anniversary of Slick Rock and then getting our new building. But some highlights would be that we produced a 5 Tips for an Awesome Web Adventure video with the BLM and Travel Council and with Finley Holiday Productions last year. You may remember me bringing that up and showing that last year at the council meeting. We also passed the public lands ordinance that you folks passed last December. So, like I just mentioned, we made that film to educate folks. That is in the rental shops. That is on Channel 6. It's on websites and social media. Try to educate all user groups on safety, staying on designated trails, trail etiquette, pack it in, pack it out, driving in town. And then last year, we also created a new entrance for Fins and Things, moved the trailhead out of the campground for safety, added another half a mile. The road department built the trail for us. We were in conjunction with advice from the Stewardship Committee members and the Red Rock four-wheelers and staff on our design for that trail move. And then that brings me to the 50 years of Slick Rock. Last year, 1969 to 2019 was the 50 years. And so in the beginning of in the spring, we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do to commemorate this important milestone. And we wanted to commemorate both the motorized users of the trail, Dick Wilson, the founder, and this is the original brochure from back then in the 1969, 1970. And we also wanted to somehow commemorate, the mountain biking use of the trail. And so we formed a committee, and that was made up of local interested citizens, Sandflats staff, 2 Stewardship Committee members. And we decided to make this documentary film on the history of the trail. So myself and staff, we wrote up outlines, we wrote up interview questions, we talked to, of course, Mark Finley, who we had been working with before, and the Travel Council has done many films or videos with that company. And we coordinated the timing and the interview schedule for 25 people, and including Dick Wilson in his home in California. And researched many documents and photos to add to that. Funding was provided by Sandflats and the Travel Council, and BLM provided some funding. So there's Mark Finley on location for our filming. We filmed in June, but actually one of those days was very cold, Sunday morning, but we did all the filming for this in 2.5 days. And Mark said to me when we were first talking about it, he said, I don't know if we can interview 25 people in 2.5 days and be out there in location and get all of our subjects, but we made it happen. And some of the just quick amazing things that came together was Dale Perriott, who's on our Stewardship Committee. He had Andy Anderson's old scooter from the early 60s that he had designed and built for the Slick Rock Bike Trail before it was marked officially. And Dale had been puttering around with that for about 5 years trying to get it to run, and he made it, he got it running for the film so that we could have that in the film. And that was just wonderful that he was able to do that. And it's such an amazing machine. It's made with washing machine parts, and you'll see that in the film and hear about that. And then another thing that just amazingly fell into place was I was sitting at my desk working on this, and the phone rang, and the president of the Colorado Honda 90 Club called and said, aren't you doing something for the 50th? And I said, well, we're making a film, and would you like to be here next week and be in it? And they rounded up some of their group, and they came. Mark Finley really wanted some Honda 90s in the film, and we couldn't find any in Moab that were running at the time. So it just amazingly fell into place. Also, in the film, there are members from Ride with Respect and the Moab Bike Patrol. We wanted to represent all the different user groups. The Moab mountain bike team came out to be in the film. And this is myself and Matt Olding from Sam Flats. And in the background is Mark Finley and Kevin Christensen from Finley Holiday. And I just want to put some kudos out to Matt Olding. I couldn't have done it without him. He was my right-hand person on this project, and he had worked on events before, and he really was an asset to this whole thing coming together. Here's just a picture of an interview happening on location. And then after the film was, not done, but they were starting to edit it, then we started really focusing on planning for the event. This was in the end of June, and we had the event in September. So I wanted to pare it down a few times, but I had some just really hardworking volunteers that were really determined and enthusiastic, and really wanted to do the best they could to honor the commemoration of this trail. And so this is a list of those volunteers. And then we held the event on September 14th after much work. And I just wanted to show some of the sponsors. We had 35 sponsors, and this was from the Gonzo Inn, giving rooms for 3 nights for the Wilson family, City Market and Moonflower donating cake and appetizers, and Moab Adventure Center providing a tour for the family. I mean, people just were so willing to dedicate, donate services and volunteer for this event. You could just see the enthusiasm in the community for this event. This was our flyer that shows the activities in the morning and the evening on September 14th. Some of the things that occurred that morning, we had a pancake breakfast sponsored by Rim Tours out there in the parking lot. We had a myriad of booths. We had the Travel Council booth, BLM, Sam Flats, Library, Ride with Respect, Trail Mix. There was just so much enthusiasm. And this is a picture of Dick Wilson with some of his family members having his pancake breakfast. And some of the other, there they are again. They were just so excited. We actually funded the Wilsons to come out from California. They're in their 80s now. And they were just thrilled to be a part of this. And their families came from all around the West to be here for it. And then this is Dick Wilson and also Doug Wood. So Dick Wilson was the founder. He designed the layout for the trail with other friends. He always wants to make sure people know there were others involved. And then Doug Wood was the manager at the BLM at the time. He lives in Richfield, and we were able to get him to come over as well and sponsor that. And his family joined him. And Jennifer Jones from the BLM was very involved, and she did get the BLM's Honda 90 running in time for the event. And so that was great. Here's a few other people: Bill Groff, Kimberly Shappert. People were just so thrilled to be out and meet Dick and talk to him about the trail. And especially Dick and Alberta were also, his wife Alberta, they were really excited about the Moab mountain bike team and the continuation, with youth going out on that trail. And another thing we wanted to do is we wanted people to share their stories as well. We had banners up, what's your Slick Rock story? We did this in the morning and the evening, and folks shared some wonderful stories that we are going to put on a display in the parking lot, along with photographs commemorating that. That's a kiosk we're going to be building so that these memories are, are not forgotten about that event. And we also had a rake and ride project that day. We had motorized volunteers and non-motorized. Grand County Active Trails and Transportation and Trails, Tyson Swayze, he headed that up. Cliff Coons headed up the motorized group that went out there, and we had picked out locations. And then Sand Flats, we had a hiking group go out there and work on the trail, painting and fixing some areas, blocking off illegal routes. So they did a lot of work out there that day, and we thanked them with 50th anniversary mugs and t-shirts. And then it was just a whole weekend of events for the Wilsons and the Woods. And we did a little tour over at the TI. Dick Wilson had written for the TI in the 60s and 70s, a lot of just wonderful articles promoting the area. If you go back and look at any of those, he was a very, very good writer. And then also they got a tour out on Sunday. The event happened on Saturday and Saturday night. And then on Sunday, Moab Adventure Center provided a tour. Molly Taylor works for them. She's on the Stewardship Committee, and she took them out on the trail. And she said it was just a wonderful experience, not only for her and but also just for the families to be back out there, because they're in their 80s and they can't go on the Slick Rock, now, but they could be on the Hummer tour and they could see some of those areas. And Molly got some insight on why they named some of the things they did, because Dick Wilson named the features of the trail. So then in the evening, just some of the things, as I said, we had appetizers, birthday cake, a silent auction fundraiser for Ride with Respect, and Active Trails and Grand County Active Trails and Transportation. We had, so that was really well attended. And people also brought their vintage motorcycles and bikes to show. We had that listed, and here's some members from the Rotary Club. They did a great job of coming and volunteering, as did some of BLM and Sand Flats staff to help with that evening's events. And so over 200 people attended the morning, 280 in the evening, and dozens of volunteers and sponsors helped to make it a success. And I would like to show a trailer here. Mallory is gonna do it from her screen. It's just a trailer of the film. And I hope that if you're interested, you'll go on YouTube, go on our website or the Travel Council website and watch the film. It's really wonderful about the whole history of Moab in connection with the trail and all the people involved.
Okay, I'm gonna take over the screen share really quickly and play Andrea's trailer, and then we'll go back to her. 1 second. Okay, can you guys let me know if you aren't hearing?
Coming up to try out the Slick Rock Bike Trail for the first time was pretty scary.
It was kind of a moonscape.
It's really on almost every mountain biker's bucket list.
The town of Moab was probably like 2 streets long because it was not tourist oriented when we first started going.
A fellow by the name of Dick Wilson came into my office and he said, I have an idea, bike trail up out of Moab near the Sand Flats that I'd like to have you consider.
The beauty of the place, for one, was its pulling attraction.
It is a gorgeous place in the spring and the fall. It's just pure delight.
The Slick Rock Bike Trail, just the landscape, it's so unique.
There's lots of people that dedicate themselves to getting something to happen. And we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Dick Wilson. And I really appreciate that.
We like to come out to Slick Rock because of the legacy here and to reconnect with the people who have come here before us on the same exact equipment.
It was a gathering place for all the mountain bikers that would come to Moab. You had to go to the Slick Rock Trail.
It's just such a unique terrain, unique surface that, it's like nothing else on earth.
The Slick Rock Bike Trail popularity just has continued through the years. And with this increase in visitation, we have continued challenges.
If this were not taken care of, if there weren't stewards of this area, it would get torn up.
This trail means so much to so many people over the last 50 years.
There are so many locals that come up here every single day to go hike, bike, walk their dogs, just to go out and see the sunset up here at the Slick Rock Trail.
It's an opportunity to get out and challenge yourself. It's just you and the bike and the wind in your face, and what more would you want?
Okay, I'll turn it back to Andrea, and Andrea, great job.
Oh, thank you. Let's see if I get this part back again. Let's see. Okay, share. And current slide. I don't know if it's going to do that. See if it goes back. It did. All right. Okay. And so that was quite a 6 months there of working on that project. All right, so some other highlights from 2019. We worked on our campground improvement project for campground C and D, or Cottontail Datura. That was between BLM, Sam Flats, Grand County Road Department, and also just highlight, we were awarded a $30,000 youth program grant, $10,000 a year till 2022. And and then I was involved with the Mill Creek Recreation Community Access Plan Committee as a stakeholder. And so those are some highlights there. There's a few others I didn't read, but anyway, here's our map of campground expansion. What is in orange were the new loops that were built. And this is the picture of one in D, one part of a loop in D, or Datura Campground, a view from one of the campsites, a view from the campsite, one of the campsites in Cottontail or C. So they have beautiful views of the mountains, of course. And then we also did some fencing projects again on our 4x4 trails last year. Some other highlights was our new office building. And so now we're getting into 2020. So thank you to the council for all of your support in the process of getting our new office building and getting that in place. And then Hell's Revenge, Lake Michigan project, your report with approving that. And I'll just go through the slides here because I think I have photos for most of these. So the property, you know, is right behind the bus barn. And this was the old house that was there. We had that demolished. That was a process because of there was asbestos, of course, luckily non-friable, but still there was all the process I had to go through to get approval for that. You may recall. We made the lot ready with the contractor, Brian Ballard, for the building to arrive. And oops, sorry about that one picture there, but it arrived in April in 2 parts, of course. And then after that was in place, we had driveways. You approved contracts for the Steve Yoakum Straight Line Contracting, got that contract. And then in the back, they had to pour a handicap parking area. And there it is completed. And also you can see the handicap ramp and stairs and the 2 office entrances. Grand County Trails and Transportation and Trails is on the left, Sam Flats is on the right. This is on the back side of the building. And here it is with the handicap painting on there. And then here's a view from the front. We will do landscaping in the front this fall. Here's a view of an office inside. And then another office with some furniture in it, just to show you we are moved in, even though we're not really there that much yet. And there's our conference room. And then also this spring, we had an outfitter BLM Sandflats Workday on Hell's Revenge. It was in the newspapers, some information on that. We had 7 different outfitters from 7 different companies come out and help with that. They blocked things with natural areas, and then they also installed fencing. And then there was another for Motorized Trail Committee came out and did some projects out on Fins and Things. And they did some fencing in 2 areas for us. And that was just wonderful, over 100 feet of fence out there with volunteer labor. We really appreciated that. And then you might recall Lake Michigan in the Hell's Revenge. We had some pretty severe safety issues there and transportation issues. And we got that fixed with a contractor this spring before the spring season started. And then some other highlights are listed here, and I believe I have pictures for most of those. So the booth, you may recall, was closed from mid-March to mid-May, as was our campgrounds. So when we opened back up, we had to do some changes to make it safer for our visitors and for us. We installed a security drawer that comes out from the building that has the square credit card machine in it. And then we have an intercom system. We have the windows completely closed. And then every time that drawer comes back in, we sanitize it so that it's clean for the next user. People do have to get out of their vehicle to pay. When we can take cash payments in our pipe safe, but we encourage the credit card payments. And it does go pretty quickly. The machine is very fast compared to our last credit card operations. And also there's a staff member, you can see that drawer, and we're sanitizing after each transaction there. And my staff, I had to feel safe working in there. My staff had to feel safe. So everyone does now. So that's great. Because as you know, we have people from all over the world and the country coming to Sandflats. And then another project was the shade structures in the group sites in the campgrounds. So, the BLM built those for us. We got the contract for the footers to be there, and there's the picture of it finished. And another campground picture. And then Falcon Flow Trail opened this spring. Grand County Trails and Transportation finished that up. And then we worked with the BLM and the county road department to build the parking lot there for the trail. And then the last thing I just want to mention is Moab Trails Committee made about 11 proposals for some changes on the Slick Rock and the Hell's Revenge Trail. That was brought before the Stewardship Committee, and they voted on those. And now it is going through the BLM's EA process. And before it comes to a conclusion, I will come before council for a vote for those travel plan amendments. So that's something that's coming in next year, most likely. And then Dalton Wells, we've been helping a little bit with that, with some planning, assistance for what it might cost for the budget out there and operations for their new proposed campground. So just giving them some information of our estimates for that kind of operation. And so in summary, successful partnerships, safe self-sustainability, our visitation continued to increase in 2019. And then improvements made with our fee monies, grants, and through our BLM partnership. Thank you. And do you have any questions for me? And I didn't time it, so I'm sorry that if I ran quite long.
Wow, Andrea, that was quite the update. Thank you very much. A lot of work. Beautiful. Do any of the council have questions or comments?
That's great.
Yes, thank you. It was very impressive year.
Mary?
Who's saying Mary?
That's Rory.
Okay, Rory.
Hey, Andrea, I just want to tell you, you guys are working great up there. I'm really impressed with everything that you guys are doing. So just giving you a heads for that. That's awesome. You're doing great.
Oh, well, thank you. And I know you get out on that trail, so I appreciate you saying that, because I know you're out there and you see it on the ground.
And just so you know, we're doing all of our when we do our tours up there, we're having people fill out the their pay before they get up there. So they're doing it all online, which is awesome.
Oh, good. And thank you. I forgot to mention that we do have payment available online now. We set that up with Square as well. So yeah, thank you, Roy. Appreciate that. And you can see behind me, I brought this was displayed during the event. So there's pictures of Dick Wilson right behind me. And anyway, wanted to have a backdrop.
Andrea, you mentioned the volunteer program for the annual passes. How do you see that playing out this fall? Are y'all going to still be able to offer that?
I think, yes, I think so, because usually people have to drive their own vehicles to the place, and it's all outdoors. And I mean, usually we give them easy reachers to hold, but we could have lots of sanitizer out there for them if they, we could spray them down before we give them to them, and we'll have sanitizer available. And people will definitely be spread out, as they always are, picking up trash or, whatever project we come up with. So we can make sure people are socially distanced.
That's great. I would encourage that, those sorts of opportunities for the community to get out and be safe, as you're saying, because it is outdoors. I think it is really important for those opportunities to be there. So thank you.
Thank you. And actually, the Motorized Trail Committee, they did 2 of their projects since COVID. So Cliff Coons and them have been doing the projects socially distanced. So thank you.
A very, very inspiring presentation. I was very inspired. Thank you.
Well, go watch the film.
I will.
Because you'll see so many folks and you'll learn a lot probably too. So, thank you.
Okay. Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands update. Bruce Jenkins and Rudy Sandoval.
Also, Jason Johnson should be present too. He's our area manager. Rudy's our our fire management officer. So let me start by saying, Andrea, that was a very nice presentation. If I was to do a presentation, mine would look like this on a piece of paper with notes, with highlights. So let me start with some statistics that we have up to date, September 1st. For the fires in the county, we have 42 incidents to date, 10 of them being false alarms. So quite a few of the false alarms were due to fires in Colorado, putting up big columns that could be seen from Castle Valley, I-70, and we'd have to respond just to make sure they weren't active fire in our county. So 10 of those, the majority, were false alarms. 3 county and private property fires. One being out by Cisco, the TJ Farms. One being on just Highway 191, and one out in West Thompson, happened in Thompson. So 3 on private, 17 on BLM. The majority, I guess, is on BLM for fires. They have a lot of land around here. 1 Forest Service, 2 UDOT land fires, 3 on SITLA, 3 on National Park Service, and 1 on, actually that should be added to the UDOT, 3 on UDOT. So just to give you an idea of how many starts are by lightning and human caused this year so far, we have lightning at 11 and human being campfire equipment or debris burning fires we have 22. I should have got the statistics for Utah alone. It's 75% human start fires, and we're well over, I believe, 1,100 starts in Utah. Just to give you an idea of the season so far in Utah, we've had over 200,000 acres burned. In our county, we've only had 10.47 acres burned. Actually, that's on private property, so unincorporated private property. And I didn't go into the other fires or the other agencies. Let's see. Going back to the spring, a little update I didn't give you. We started an online burn permit process with the Department of Air Quality out of Salt Lake City. Residents in the county and can go online now to do a burn permit application. And this process started off really well, no hitches until the end, till we tried to shut it down. And then people had saved kind of the email address and then click on it again and it would go to it. So it kind of bypassed the beginning, but took them right to the application process. We're going to get that worked out. So worked with the health department, Moab Valley Fire Department, the sheriff's office, and other entities, folks with the city as well. They would definitely like to get on board someday. They have to change some ordinances. Mona Pompili would really like to see in the city at least some sort of fire reduction by pile burning and things like that for the residents to clean up their properties. So on this burn permit application process, just a little highlight, the first applicant was, it was a Mountain Island Ranch out in Westwater, clear out by Colorado past Cisco, was the first person to apply, which in turn, when the application goes through to the area where the application was submitted, it can be submitted to Castle Valley, Moab Valley, which is their fire district, Thompson Springs, and then the unincorporated side of the county. So when they submitted their application, it went to me, the sheriff's office dispatch, and to the fire chiefs. So everyone's aware that this burn is going to be happening. What's nice about this program, the sheriff's office can take that address, put it in their CAD system, and put a date on their CAD system to make it active on the day the burn permit was applied for. It's helping them out. They're taking far few less calls for the permit. They still have to get the calls for the start of the burn and the end of the burn, just so the sheriff's office knows, or the dispatch knows, the burn is complete. And if there's any additional smoke reported to them, they'll know that it's not that fire. So this process has been working out really well for them. The health department also likes it because on their DAQ website, it has so the DAQ governs the burns in Utah. On this website, they provide all the general requirements, all the rules and laws that apply to burning. So the public has information given to them, so they don't have to call me, they don't have to call the sheriff's dispatch, and their answers are right here on the website. So feedback has been really good on that process. So moving on. So right now we're in fire restrictions. I'm pretty sure everybody knows about those. Our closures for the open burn was June 1st, but then soon after we went into some fire restrictions, including San Juan County, Grand County, Forest Service, BLM, and state lands and unincorporated private properties had restrictions put in place. So those restrictions are still in place. Things that are allowed are campgrounds with improved sites for the fire pit, metal or cement. We allow like propane burner stoves to cook food. No charcoal. Let me look at this, make sure I'm not missing anything. Other assorted things like smoking, you have to be in the clearing, and free of vegetation. No fireworks, of course, but you're going to take up a firework request this evening for the Moab Music Festival out at Jennifer Spears Ranch. I won't go into any of that right now. Greg Halliday is going to handle that one this evening. So no welding, of course. So, and then operating equipment without spark arresters is the big one. Those are the restrictions in place right now. Let's move right along to, I want to thank the county commission and the county for supporting our program. The warden program gets support from the county, and the state in turn gives support back to the county. Just wanted to acknowledge our appreciation. I wanted to also acknowledge the county's participation in our program. So in our program, we have Castle Valley Fire Department. They have a fire rate agreement, and all their equipment they list to help be dispatched to an incident. Grand County Emergency Management and SAR have equipment, boats, and all their emergency UTVs and those items. And then Grand County EMS, they have an FRA, fire rate agreement, with their equipment. Moab Valley Fire Protection District, of course, all their equipment. They are resources for us and the county. And then Thompson Springs Fire Department, Mark Markham, he's keeping up with at least a water tender to provide on fire. It only requires one person and an operator. Well, the operator is the one person. So the county and the fire departments are doing their part, and Forest Fire State Lands appreciates that. And that's all I have. I'll open it up to Rudy or Jason if they have any comments they'd like to provide for you guys.
Are there any comments? Does the council have any questions?
No, Bruce, I don't have any comments. I think you did a pretty good job there. So I'm just glad that we had the opportunity to to meet with you guys today, even though it's via Zoom and everything that's going on. So hopefully one day we'll get back in the chambers and do this real time. So I have no other comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to what Bruce has said. I'm glad that he prepared the presentation. It's always good to come and speak to the county councils. We appreciate the partnership that we have with Grand County, and hope that we can close out the fire season as quietly as it has begun. Things are very dry, so we'll just see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So if there's no further questions, we will move to our next agenda item, which is separate presentations and also perhaps together on ongoing financial needs and obligations for the purpose of later determining funding allocations. Presentations from Canyonlands Health Care Special Service District and Emergency Medical Service District. I believe that will be Joette Langanese and Elizabeth Tubbs.
Yeah,
So
and Mary Kirsten Peterson is with us as well.
Okay.
Right.
Mary, this is Mallory. So I think the agenda page is split and there's actually 6 presentations. So
it is split. It is split. So we will begin with Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District, Emergency Medical Special Service District, Grand County School District, Recreation Special Service District, Solid Waste Management, and Transportation. Yes. First up is Canyonlands Health Care.
Thank you, Mary. I wanted Liz to be a part of this discussion too. And so I think, I don't know if she, is muted or not, but we just want to make our presentations at the same time. I'll go first and then she'll do the EMS presentation for their request. But we just felt it was really important for the council to know that both districts have been working very closely together. In fact, Liz was the last person I had lunch with before COVID hit, and probably one of the first people I talked to after, about a month into it, because we recognized right off the bat that this was going to be a challenging year. And we also wanted to show the council that, we're partners in the healthcare community, along with Moab Regional Hospital, and that we feel very strongly that both of our districts provide a very good, high quality service to the community. And we tried very hard to work together to try to come to a resolution on how the sales tax, rural health sales tax allocation could be split. And we were unable to come to an agreement. And I just feel like that's okay, because we are going to work together and we're going to continue to work together, and that we just felt like it was just something I can't tell EMS what is best for them in their budget, and EMS I don't think feels that they can tell us what is best. And it felt we didn't really want to compete, to be honest, and that's kind of the situation that we've been put in. So we just, Liz, I don't know if you want to add to that or not, but we just wanted you all to know that we don't want this to be controversial between these two entities, that we work together and we want to continue to work together in a positive way.
Yeah, Joette, I would only add, and Council, I would only add that I agree with everything that you've said. We've tried very hard this year to learn more about one another's districts and our needs. And boom, COVID hit and threw everything kind of up in the air, and we're all scrambling. We would like to come in and tell you this is what we want and need. And I hope that in some ways we've been able to do that, So without going into the specifics about EMS, because you're first, Joette, we can, we'll go through what I think is a reasonable way to deal with the situation this year, and just hope that COVID doesn't continue to impact all of us, the whole county, financially in 2021. But it may.
Right. And, that was the other challenge, is because of COVID, it was really hard for us to determine exactly what we're looking at this year and next year. And so based on that, we could not come to an agreement. And I don't know, Kirsten, do you have anything to add on that?
No, I think you've got it covered right now.
Right. And Liz and Kirsten and I have been meeting quite regularly throughout the summer, and so we're together, and we just wanted you guys to know that. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District presentation. I am going to share my screen, hopefully. Can everybody see that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, just to start, one of the things that we were going to do this year was do our own separate presentation to the council, so that you have a really good idea of what the Healthcare Special Service does for the Canyonlands Care Center. And because of the reduction in allocation last year, the majority of our funding, in fact, most of our funding, is going directly to support and subsidize the care center. So we were hoping to get a presentation together that just focused it on the care center, so that the council can get a really good idea of how lucky we are as a community to have this facility and to have the staff. We hired a new administrator that we also wanted to introduce to you in a personal way. Her name is Colette Lyman. She's from Blanding. She was a traveling administrator. She traveled throughout the country to help nursing homes that were struggling to get back on their feet. I think coming to Canyonlands Care Center has been a very nice respite for her, because we're in really good shape. We're a 5-star facility. She's back home. She's glad to be back in southeastern Utah. And someday soon, hopefully you'll get to meet her. We feel very fortunate that we have her as our administrator. She started on March 16th. The care center shut down all visitation the next day, and we have had no COVID cases. So, and one of her, last summer, one of her jobs was working in Paradise, California, at a long-term care facility that burned down. So she's had experience with these types of kind of disasters or issues. We're very grateful to have her here in our community and working with our care center. And hopefully someday you guys will get to meet her in person. I guess we also wanted to kind of educate you on what our establishing resolution allows us to provide in healthcare needs. And we strongly believe that rural healthcare is an essential service. And I know you all agree with that, in that it's not only is it good for the community and economic development, it's very good for the services that we provide. We're very fortunate. We've got a great healthcare system in our community. And so the district is able to provide emergency care services, funding and support for emergency care service, long-term care services, inpatient hospital care, physician clinics, and hospice. So we don't actually provide that care, but we provide funding support for that care. Right now, this year, our primary focus has been on long-term care, which is the Canyonlands Care Center. After the reduction in allocation last year, we were no longer able to fund the Moab Free Clinic. We were providing some financial support to them, and we weren't unable to do that. The DISH payment, I think you all have heard about that. It's called the DISH Proportionate Share Hospital Program, which we have in the past up until this year. I think this is the first year we were able to provide that seed money in order to get more money back for those folks that aren't able to pay for their care at the hospital. The hospital apparently loses between $4 or $5 million each year, and by us providing that DISH payment, we would get $1 million back. So we would put 300,000 in, we would get $1 million back. So we are basically losing $1 million a year because we're not able to provide that seed money for that program. We also were informed by the Department of Health, who provides these monies, that we're obligated to provide that support. We have a contract with the state. In the past, we've always used the mineral lease money because you can't use any funding that comes from Medicaid or Medicare reimbursement. It's best if it comes from mineral lease money or tax money. And so we've been able to do that until this year. There was the Moab Healthcare Foundation, fortunately was able to raise $400,000 to provide that seed money this year from private donors. That's great, but we can't be asking that from private donors every year. I think that, and there's a question if that's even allowed. So we just wanted you to be aware that that's an important funding program that we're no longer able to support. And then in order to meet our needs this year, because of COVID, knowing that sales tax was going to be dramatically dropped, we were the first special service district to contact the Community Impact Board and ask if we could defer our debt service payment, which is about $370 a year. And we were the first district to get approval for that deferral. And so we no longer have to pay that debt service this year or next year. It will be back in 2022, and it'll be more money because they didn't defer it. They just put it back in the pot. And so we had to go through the whole bonding process again. It wasn't an easy process, but we did it and we got that deferral, and that really actually saved us this year. So Canyonlands Care Center, 36-bed long-term care facility. It has been home for 217 community members since it opened. Part of the reason that this center is so important to this community is before we had this center, we had 14 beds at the old Allen Memorial Hospital, 2 people to a room, a curtain that separate them. One person got the window, one person got the door to the hallway. And we were still sending people away. And here we are with our frail in the last years of their lives, having to move out of the community. And so having this care center here with 36 beds is just wonderful. That doesn't happen anymore. People are able to stay here. People are able to bring their families here. Full disclosure, my father moved here from Texas and now is in the care center. So that's a beauty of having this facility in our community. I think you maybe not aware of this, but most long-term care facilities need at least 72 beds in order to break even and to hopefully have a profit. We are not at that place. We need to expand. In order for us to ever break even, we're going to need to go to 72 beds. Our community can't support that right now because we don't really have that many people that need this kind of service. And so therefore, having this 36-bed facility is not only meeting the needs of our family and our community members that need this kind of care, it also needs to be subsidized. And currently we subsidize the care center at $100,000 a month in order to be able to continue to provide the quality care that we provide, that all those people in that facility deserve. And also you need to keep in mind, we are just like EMS. We are regulated as to how many staff we can have. We can't just cut staff, although we were able to eliminate some positions before COVID which really helped out. But as far as staffing, the level of staff per patient is mandated by the federal and the state regulations. When we brought in our new administrator, you know, one of our requests was to get that facility full. If we could have 36 beds full, that would really help our bottom line a lot, and hopefully would be able to reduce that monthly subsidy. But because of COVID, we had to keep 4 beds open in order to have a place to quarantine new potential residents. And if anybody in the center it would get COVID, that we could move them into one of these negative pressure rooms and care for them away from all the other residents. So at this point, we're not able, until the Department of Health gives us the go-ahead, we have to maintain those 4 rooms. And so right now we are full. All 31 beds are full, and we've got a waiting list. So as soon as we can open them up, I think we'll be at full status. The other thing that we're going to add with is skilled care. And I don't want to get into the details about that, but right now our facility is private pay or Medicaid. So you either pay privately every month or you pay through Medicaid after you've spent down all your money. Another service that we can provide is a skilled service, and that's paid through Medicare. And what that allows for is for somebody that gets pneumonia and they need to go into a skilled care setting to get antibiotics. Right now they have to go to the hospital. And so they go to the hospital, they get treated, they're away from their homes. A lot of our residents have memory issues. It's very confusing. And so we felt, from a quality care perspective and from an increased revenue perspective, if we added a skilled care component, that we would provide a service to the community. And we've been working really closely with the hospital on this, because the hospital also uses Medicare skilled beds for their revenue stream. And so we don't want to take away from what they provide. We want to complement what they provide. And so we anticipate that we'll become a skilled care facility by the first of the year, and that we will be able to have, I think we're going to have 5 beds that will be skilled. Those beds get a higher reimbursement than the current residents. So right now, a resident is paying about $250 a day. With the skill beds, we could get up to $500 or $700 a day in revenue. However, there are upfront costs. We have to buy equipment. We have to hire more nurses. So there will be some upfront costs, but then once we start reaping the benefits of providing that service, we will have an increase in revenue. These are just some of the folks in the care center. We wanted to give you some pictures of some of these folks. That's my dad in the middle, showing his Medal of Honor he got from France, and you guys have probably seen that in the newspaper, but he's very proud of that. Here's some more folks. You can see they've got a lovely outdoor space. They have barbecues. They have pet therapy. They have a wonderful garden right now with tomatoes and peppers and cucumbers. They cook food right out of their garden. The staff is able to maintain the gardens through the spring and the summer and the fall. It's just a lovely place for people to call home. All right, so here's where we get to the brass tacks. We are requesting the same allocation that we received last year, 60% to the care center, to the healthcare special service district, 40 to EMS. So basically what this shows you, that if we were to get, we don't exactly know what we're going to get in 2021 from sales tax. So we just kind of guess that we're going to get 80% of sales tax from what it was in 2019. And I think it was about 2.3 million in 2019. If we get 60-40 split, we would be in the red at 124,000. And that, remember, is without our debt service. If we do the 50-50 split, which is what EMS has been, is requesting, that would put us in the hole at 308,000. if we get 100% next year and everything goes right back to where it's supposed to be, that would be great. I don't expect that to be the case, but if it does, great. But we'd still be in the hole at 60-40% at 238,000. And if we did it at 50-50, we would be at 213,000. I think I might have said that wrong, but we would be in the hole 328,000 if we had to pay the debt service. If we don't have to pay the debt service at 50-50, we'd be at -13. And I guess I want you guys to understand that we deferred our debt service for 2 years. It'll be back on the table and in 2022. And we're going to need to come up with that money. And right now, if you look at 100,000 a day or a month for our subsidy to the care center at 1.2 million and probably around 390,000, we're looking at we'll need funding for $1.6 million in 2022. And even with 100% sales tax from next year, we'll still be in the hole 60-40 split or 50-50 split. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions? And I will stop sharing. Thank you. This was a Halloween party and a luncheon that they had at the care center.
Questions from the council? Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Joette. Thank you very much. Elizabeth Tubbs. You're muted.
Sorry, I was just complimenting Joette on that presentation and telling you folks that I have absolutely nothing like that. All I have is the documents that we were requested to submit. And I will ask you, Madam Chair, would you like me to read the narrative, or do you assume that everyone has read it? And I can just kind of go through quickly with the highlights of what that contains.
I'm assuming all the council have read it. It's in the packet. And I think if you do the comments, that would be helpful. But I am open to feedback from the council. Does anyone wish for Elizabeth Tubbs to read the entire key?
I would like the highlights myself.
Okay, Jaylyn, I think the highlights for me would be fine.
Okay,
and
yeah, and I would be happy to answer any questions. And I also, I do know that if there are specific questions about the financial pages, I'm just going to go through the narrative, that if I can't answer something, Andy is on standby to join us and answer questions if we need to go there, okay? So I do want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our points of view. And I want to once more reiterate what Joette has said, which is that we really do want to work together. We are all part of the same healthcare system for this community. We're both fulfilling important roles, the districts are. And so the last thing that we want to do is be at odds with one another or have to duke it out every year for the appropriate funding. So, just keep that in mind. We are continuing to work together, and just as the healthcare district is working on developing other funding streams or revenue streams, EMS, we're right now very limited in doing that, but we continue to look to see what we can do to increase our revenue from other sources other than the county. So COVID was a big impact this year because it immediately shut the county down, and while our calls in the months of April, you can take a look at that, were much reduced, but they came right back in May, June, and July. They came right back, which basically translates into we can't lose staff. We have to be able to staff ambulances. And so in addition to the staffing, the regular staffing, there were a lot of extra costs in sanitizing and PPE equipment and so forth. So you've got the 5-year monthly call comparison, and you will see that in July of 2020, we had the same number, and also in May, we had more calls than any previous year, which was, I think, a surprise to all of us. But there it is. And a lot of those calls, at least half, if not more, of our calls are from local residents. There's a little bit of reiteration of what the EMS district is responsible for. We're responsible for calls throughout the county. And unfortunately, we are still in a position often where we end up going to Green River because they still don't have an adequate ambulance service. And ambulance services are, they're people that are committed to a moral obligation of helping people in trouble. So if there's medical help that's needed and there's nobody that can respond to that call in Green River, then our ambulance goes, our folks go. There's a little bit here on the second page. It talks about our funding sources, and you can see that two primary sources, patient billing and a portion of the rural healthcare sales tax. So that is, those two make up about 85% of our expected revenue. It also breaks down a little bit how we are reimbursed. Medicaid and Medicare, there's a little chart there for you. It shows you that we get 29% of what we bill, and there's not a whole lot that we can do to change that at this point. On the whole, the overall picture for EMS reimbursement is only around 52%. That's pretty typical. We are not able to bill anytime we go on a call where we don't actually transport a patient. If we provide services to a patient on site and they don't need transportation, or if is needed, let's say a helicopter is needed instead, we may be there with somebody who's injured or ill on site, but if we don't, we do not get billed. Another chart down here, just kind of looking at the historic income. You can see that the patient billing is by far the biggest. 2019, 2020 will probably be somewhat less than that. Keep in mind that from 2019 to 2020, we moved from receiving 35% to receiving 40%. So if we work those numbers out, we're behind a little bit more than we actually think. So the last paragraph there just kind of sums it up and talks about the fact that EMS estimates it will lose $400,000 this year. And fortunately, we were able to cut expenses in a number of different places. We did this, a similar thing to what the healthcare district did with our debt obligations wherever we could. We've moved them out of this year and into next year. Did freeze a lot of spending, cut things like certain capital expenditures and uniforms and inventory items, travel, conference attendance, those kinds of things. Reduced the number of ambulances that are out on the road, and deferred the payments with, we have a new ambulance and we deferred the payment. That cost us additional interest, but it was better than laying people off this year. So it kind of explains that the fact that we only have 20% of our staff is full-time, which means that, you know, if you don't have the calls, you don't call people into work. But when we do have the calls, and we do, as you can see, people have the opportunity to earn certain benefits if they work enough hours and so forth. So while we haven't had to lay anybody off, our expenses for salaries and benefits have not been drastically reduced. Getting to kind of the bottom line on this, and I think it's shown in the pages. I don't have it up on my screen, so you have it in your packet. All the financial pages shows that without the sales tax or any other allocations, the department would be about a little bit over $1 million in the red in 2021. We've based all of our projections in a very optimistic way on hoping that 2021 will look a lot more like 2019. We've based our projections for the sales tax and other revenues on that. So if COVID comes along and stays with us for 2021 and impacts us financially in the way that it has in this year, then I think our very tentative budget will look very different. But working with these numbers, and that's all we can do, we have to project something. We would be in the hole for $1.1 million. The projections for the sales tax, if we stick with this 40-60 split, would still leave us in the hole. And we're asking, knowing the situation that the healthcare district is in, you know, we would support that if the county can support providing funds from another source, whatever that source may be, to bring us up to the level of a 50-50 split on the sales tax. If we're using those numbers, the 2019 numbers, that would be around $212,000. Not make us whole entirely, but brings us a whole lot closer. That's the end of my discussion. Do you have questions?
Yeah, question here.
Yes.
Have you tried to get any money from the CARES Act or these federal programs to try to make up for the COVID?
Working on it all the time, Greg. We did receive, I believe, and Andy, chime in and come in if you need to, $15,000, which is in the, you know, the grand scheme of things, kind of a drop in the bucket. Yeah. For some PPE and so forth. Our staff is working on trying to find monies for us, but we're not in the running for any big dollars.
Okay.
So that's because the county and the city get the money and they're supposed to distribute it to those who are affected. So the money that goes to the county and the city is supposed to be distributed to those agencies who could be affected for COVID mitigation and COVID response. There is no provision, zero provision in the CARES Act for ambulance services that are affected by COVID. Now we've been working closely, both with Senator Romney and Representative Curtis on trying to get some movement in that area. I had a call with Larry Ellers the other day, and so we are working on that. There is some FEMA funds available that we applied for and were denied for specifically because they told us we have to get the money from the county CARES Act first before we go back to FEMA.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Chris?
Chris, do you have something to add?
If you remember, in our most recent budget amendment, we budgeted about 500,000 of our 1.2 million CARES Act money to be distributed outside of Grand County. And so that's 500,000 between all entities, plus any support for local business. And, you know, the problem with CARES Act is that you actually can't use it for revenue replacement, lost revenue replacement. It has to go to eligible COVID-related expenses. And you know, so that's a hurdle also. So we wouldn't, you know, I think we'd be able to give stimulus type grants to small businesses and they can use it however they need. But when we're talking about government entities, they have to comply with the restrictions on that money. And so if any of these service districts had eligible expenses, then I think that we'd be able to provide CARES Act money to cover those eligible expenses, but it can't just go toward offsetting lost revenue, unfortunately. And we're in the same boat.
Yeah, and Chris, that was our intention. We have some expenses related directly to COVID treatment that we were going to request from the city or you folks. So I've been working on that letter. I'll get with you.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that it would be helpful also for all the districts present, you know, if you anticipate making a request for CARES Act money, to maybe, you know, put together a report on the expenses year to date, so that we can have an understanding or some idea of what to expect that way.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chris, for that explanation. I appreciated it. Any other council members? Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
So Mary, sorry, I was late getting my my mute button off. I just wanted to congratulate both entities. They were excellent presentations and learned a lot from both of them. Thank you.
Anyone else? We will now hear from the Grand County School District.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, first of all, for entertaining our request tonight. It's good to see you all, even just virtually for a minute. So I'm going to try to share my screen. With luck, it will work. Or maybe it's not luck, I'm not sure. I'm going to assume you can see that. Nod? Yeah, okay. So like everyone else, this is a really hard year. COVID has really impacted school funding in a really big way. We went from the legislature having our best funding promises ever to almost nothing. We ended up with a 1.8% increase on the WPU, but that was immediately completely wiped out by the legislature took away what they call administrative costs. That cut only impacted small rural districts. The administrative cost money was designed to help districts who don't have large district office staffs, and we have used that money forever for our maintenance and operations. And so it oddly was exactly almost to the penny the amount that the WPU was increased. So we actually received no net increase in funding. And if you read the paper, I'm sure you know that we discovered some budgeting issues with our previous business administrator and the way that things had been budgeted. We have money to cover those in our fund balance, but with no new revenue, we have to look at this year cuts. So we're in a spending freeze. We are gonna analyze every program, look at everything that we have in place. And so it's hard times for all of us. And I don't envy the decision that you have to make because the presentations we've seen so far have been really great. But for us, we would like to ask you to help us fund our preschool because we believe that every disadvantaged child that we can help now will lead to fewer who you or other elected officials will be required to help later. And I'll just go through these slides, but if you have a question, please stop me. Obviously, you can ask questions at the end. So most of you probably know this, but PILT monies are federal payments to local governments that offset losses in property taxes because of non-taxable federal lands. And if we didn't have all those federal lands, the schools would be receiving a share of the property taxes these lands would generate, because as you know, property taxes play a big role in funding education. And so without the PILT monies, it's difficult for us to fund our preschool. And I did some historical research and discovered that between, as far back as we have data, is 1989. So between 1989 and the year 2000, the school district received 50% of the PILT monies that the county had available. And then I don't know what happened in 2000, but no PILT monies were allocated. And then from 2001 to 2008, again, 50% all of those years. And then from 2009 to 13, we received 30%. And then 2014 to 2018, we received 50%. And then last year, no percent. So that just gives you a historical look at what yourselves or previous councils have done in terms of the school district and PILT funding. Why do we need these PILT monies for the preschool? We know that the effects of poverty are destructive and persistent across generations, and that children born to parents in the lowest quintile of income distribution twice as likely to end up in that same income distribution as children born to middle income parents. And also children from intergenerational poverty are more likely to experience low income, low education, need government assistance, and participate in risky behaviors. There are two major research projects that spanned generations, and there you can search them here, but those were both done around Head Start actually, and showed that investments in preschool can disrupt the transmission of poverty across generations by increasing education attainment, labor market attachment, decreasing engagement in risky behavior, and other measures of health and well-being into adulthood. And early childhood, we know, is particularly a critical developmental period and is our best chance to do excellent intervention to stop intergenerational poverty. So the long-term effects of preschool on students from families experiencing intergenerational poverty are listed on the right. And the research that we have shows that a high-quality preschool program can close most of the gap in those areas by the second generation. And you can see the last bullet says these effects are strong for the first generation, but they're stronger for the second generation and every successive generation after that. So as you know, we have a preschool right now. And so on the left, you'll see that our enrollment of tuition-free, low socioeconomic status students has been between 55 and 81% for the past 2 years. And we are hoping to increase our capacity to offer preschool to more kids at no cost. And we know that those numbers would increase. Our preschool enrolls students who are developmentally delayed, but we also enroll students who are typically developing. And I find this next part particularly interesting. Studies show that by age 4, children in upper and middle class families hear 15 million more words than children in working class families, and 30 million more words than children in families on welfare. And so when we see kids show up at kindergarten who have had no preschool, some of our kids have been exposed to 30 million more words than some of the other students. And obviously that's a significant hurdle for those kids to overcome. And some of them don't ever overcome it, which is why we have intergenerational poverty. And with our preschool, we're actively closing that gap. So when we opened the trailer in 2014, or the mobile, whatever you call it, that allowed us to reach between 12 and 25 additional low SES, high intergenerational poverty children per year. And PILT monies would allow us to serve additional children at no cost, further reducing that gap. This is some data that Sherry Buckingham, who's also on tonight, she's our preschool director, and she put this together. And how you read this is BOY means beginning of year, MOY is middle of year, and EOY is end of year. And FR is free and reduced lunch. That's how school districts show students who are low socioeconomic status. And then non-FR is non-free and reduced, just so you can kind of navigate through this. So you can see at the beginning of the year, some similarities actually. It's interesting that in math, our non-free and reduced kids are more than twice as capable as our free and reduced lunch kids. And you can just look through there, but you can see at middle of the year, in many cases, the gap has widened between our non-free and reduced kids and our free and reduced kids. Not in every single case, but in many. But if you look by the end of the year, 1 year of preschool, and you see how much gain our free and reduced lunch kids, which are low socioeconomic, have made, they have really closed that gap to be with their more affluent, if you will, peers. And so that's why we would like to serve more kids, because we know our percentage of free and reduced lunch in Grand County School District hovers right around 47%. We know there are more students out there that we could impact if we were able to offer services. This slide just shows our enrollment for the 18-19 school year. You can read it. I don't need to take you through all that, but you can see that the lion's share of our kids that year were students with disabilities who were also economically disadvantaged. So that's a double whammy for those kiddos. And then this is the enrollment for the year we just finished. And if you read it, about 49%, nearly half of our students were from socioeconomically disadvantaged families. And so in summary, rarely do public officials have the chance to create a more impactful change than providing citizens with a pathway out of poverty. Research proves that a high quality preschool, if implemented as a concerted effort for a single generation of impoverished youth in Grand County, provides such a pathway. Our preschool program does break the cycle of poverty and poor outcomes for disadvantaged Grand County families, as well as reduce the need for future public servants to provide social or correctional services to future Grand County generations. Providing PILT funds to Grand County School District is an investment in the future of Grand County. And in keeping with the historical contributions, Grand County is requesting 50% of the PILT funds that are available, but we would be happy to accept any of those PILT funds that would allow us to better serve our preschool generation. And the next 5 slides are all of the budget information. And Rachel Stenta, our business administrator, is also on. She can answer any questions you might have about those, but I wasn't planning to go through those with a fine-tooth comb. So can I answer any questions? Or Sherry or Rachel, do you have anything you want to add?
I would just like to say that one of the key things that Grand Preschool does, there is a gap between students that are served through Head Start, which the income requirements are much lower. There's a gap between that. So we very frequently have families who wouldn't qualify for Head Start because their income isn't quite low enough, but they're still low enough income that they require free and reduced lunch and other assistance. And so we catch that window of students. That historically did not occur in this community until we expanded the preschool to allow that to happen. So there was a population of students who couldn't afford a private preschool, and they made just enough, the families made just enough money over the required line to avail themselves of Head Start services.
Thank you. And does anybody have any questions?
This is the council. Does anyone on the council have any questions?
Again, great presentation. I would say though that when this comes back to the council for a decision, the financial pages are pretty hard to read in that presentation. So I might separate them out and
okay,
put them on white paper.
Yeah, they're.
I mean, I can blow them up to 150% and they're readable, but it's difficult. So
okay.
anyway,
Just change the background would probably do it.
The background is the issue.
Okay, great. Thanks for that feedback.
Any other questions? Very nice presentation, Taryn Kay.
Thanks, Mary.
Congratulations on your position.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good
Thanks
to see
very
you,
much.
Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It is past time for our second set of citizens to be heard. Unless I have any objection from the council, I am going to hold off citizens to be heard until every agency has had an opportunity to present their case. I do not want to cut the momentum. Does anyone object to me putting off citizens to be heard until after the presentations? Okay, I'm taking that as a movement. We will now hear from the Recreation Special Service District.
Hi, County Commission. Thank you for having us present. I'm Jim Lewis. I'll be presenting our request this evening. And if we have any questions I can answer, possibly Rory can help with those since he comes to all of our meetings and is aware of our budget and our budgetary needs. I assume you all have the packet that we submitted. It has all of the financial information. I hope to be kind of brief as you can kind of review that on your own, and then maybe you can just ask questions. Kathy Wilson, our chair, also submitted a request, kind of went over the basics of our request. And basically, it just asked for the same amount as we received in 2020, mostly to pay for maintenance, repairs, renovation, improvements at Old Spanish Trail Arena, the O&M out at the arena. We also have our ongoing debt for the MARC or the Moab, the swimming pool and the recreation center, plus some O&M there, and that amounts to $215,000 a year. Our interlocal agreement with Moab City for $75,000 a year. And then we generally have a grant program where we provide funding for different groups who provide recreation to youth and adults in the county. And this year, our request for grant funds is $57,000 plus. And you probably looked over, if you haven't had a chance to look at our monthly financial statement through July. Our budget for 2020 was for $438,000. And so far through 7 months of the year, through the end of July, we have only received $57,000 in funding. So our mineral lease funding through rent and royalties, the regular mineral lease, and the PILT money has been almost nothing. It's not even, like a quarter of what we normally expect. So we're looking at very poor, I guess, revenues from mineral lease and PILT this year, especially mineral lease due to the decrease in what the federal government is paying on oil and gas leases. So we know that we're going to run a deficit this year, and we would hope that next year proves to be better without, COVID-19, and that we would be back to the same revenue. We do have enough in our fund balance to hopefully cover the debts that we do have and the payments that we owe this year. But without an increase in mineral lease, we're going to be way short on what we've budgeted. Does anyone have any questions on either our funding or what the funds will be used for or how much we're requesting?
Are there any questions?
So Chairman McGann, if I may, I'd just like to thank the commission for the support you've given us in the past. I think recreation is a great thing that we can provide for our citizens. And, the rec board has been willing to cooperate with the city and help so that kids who live in the county can participate in those sports and those activities. The ball fields, the soccer fields are all looking much better. The pavilion, out at the arena, everything's looking great. We'd like to continue to keep that facility operational and looking good so that it can be used in the future. And unfortunately, it's an expensive, place to run. It is very large, and the staff that we have out there is great. They're doing a good job, but unfortunately, this year we don't have a lot of money coming back in to the county because most of the events have been canceled. So there's not a lot of revenue being generated, whether it's through mineral lease or through actual operation of the facility. Thank you for your time. Unless there's any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
You're very welcome.
We will now hear from the Solid Waste Management Number 1 Special Service District. Evan.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Everyone ready to talk about solid waste? So I won't take too much time up. Hopefully, I do plan to share my screen on a few items. But to start, obviously, as most of the other county local government entities, we have taken a large hit as it relates to the coronavirus this year. But to preface that, so we are the only entity here in Graham County that has been tasked with the overall purview of managing solid waste generated within Graham County, and therefore are considered a critical service provider. Since I've started, the 3 facilities we manage, the Moab landfill, the Klondike landfill, as well as the Community Recycle Center, which has been around for nearly 30 years, we have made light years of improvements at these facilities. And they are very evident just by driving by sand flats, by the recycling center. But one thing about trash, which are the landfills, is it's always moving, it's always being generated, it's always there, whether or not you see it or actually pay attention to where that material goes once it leaves your curb, or where those recyclables go once they're deposited in a recycling receptacle and so forth. since I've started, and part of these improvements clearly cost money. And since I've started with myself and under new management, Chris Scoville as our operations manager, and we've basically have built a qualified, reliable, effective team of operators that have been able to really manage these facilities. However, we are working diligently to address what I term as chronic operational deficiencies at all these facilities, which take a lot of time to correct and also a lot of money. Additionally, we are facing a fleet of equipment that has had a lack of effective, basically maintenance and upkeep. We have replaced some machines. Earlier this year, we acquired a new trash compactor at a cost of $600,000. That purchase was basically being planned for 6 months prior to that, and was purchased prior to coronavirus impacting us in Grand County and in the United States. That machine, even though it cost $600,000, if we were a private entity, it would have cost us upwards of $800,000 or even more for that particular machine. Another thing that's evident with our facilities that we have seen a ongoing growth of solid waste being generated, which is heavily driven by tourist activity as well as developments in Grand County. The landfills that we manage are critical infrastructure resources, and therefore we consider, and the county, the city, the local, the general public should consider these as community assets. Since I've started and working with our staff, it was originally thought that the Moab landfill was going to be closed and was running out of space and would be done within a couple of years from now. However, we've been able to identify ways to divert waste, to conserve our airspace, and that facility is now thought to have at least 20 years of lifetime remaining at this time. From 2015 to 2019, we saw a 30% increase in the tons of municipal solid waste that was generated in Grand County and delivered to the Klondike landfill. That's a rather large amount, from about 9,600 tons to 12,600 tons over a roughly 5-year period. And that does provide extra strain to our operations, to our staffing, to our equipment. All of those items have equal impacts to those growing volumes. Conversely, we are an enterprise fund. Those extra volumes provide us revenues. However, we still are a relatively low volume facility, meaning our cost per unit production, I'm pointing out the economies of scale that I typically discuss, is still higher with respect to a larger operation. For instance, Mesa County landfill in Grand Junction, they take in, what I've learned last year, 175,000 tons per year. Their tipping fees are roughly $33 per ton. Last year, Klondike brought in a total of roughly 15 to 16,000 tons. So a whole order of magnitude less. And our current tip fee is about $38 per ton. And that's not just the municipal waste. We take in the biosolids from the city. We manage and take in non-friable asbestos containing materials, other types of special waste as well. If I could share my screen, I want to just kind of pinpoint a few items on here. Let me know if this works. Can everyone see this chart here?
Yes.
So this is simply the municipal solid waste, the household trash, commercial trash, etc. Clearly, you can see that it's kind of like a normal distribution curve where we have peaks throughout the tourism season of the year. And as you can see by month, this is a breakdown of 2015 through 2020. Typically by month, like in January, we can see that each month has grown successively throughout the years. But we've also seen, sorry about that, trying to get that to go away, an overall growth in our overall quantities of waste. And as you can see this year in April of 2020, we saw a relatively big decrease in that municipal solid waste, as well as in May in that green bar, also a decrease. By June and July of this year, We are back up, and July was a record month for us for tons of MSW. August just came in. We are actually a little bit lower. We were roughly around 1,100 tons. So August is back down again. But to me, this shows a clear image of the overall impact of development and tourism in Grand County. A few other photos that I'll briefly go through. And as I mentioned, we have made light years of improvements at our facilities. But also we do provide and sponsor a variety of community events throughout the year. This year we've had to cancel our funding, and we've canceled some other events that do provide direct benefits to Grand County residents, namely the household hazardous waste collection events. We sponsor twice a year a Moab landfill voucher program where residents can bring up to 2 cubic yards of construction demolition debris, yard waste for free disposal at the Moab landfill. We've had to hold back on those this year. And also last year we did provide a rather large support financially and staffing for the countywide fire mitigation effort that was performed in July of last year, that we waived a total of about $8,500 in tip fees of that cost. So recently we did reclaim a large majority of green waste at the Moab landfill. We have clean, high quality mulch. It's currently unscreened, meaning that the finer grain materials are still embedded in that mulch. However, it's still a high quality product. This is for sale at the Moab landfill. Next year, we're hoping to screen it, and then it'll provide a higher quality, just chipped wood type material for residents and businesses to purchase. This is an active, ongoing grinding of that material. We reclaimed roughly 8,000 cubic yards of clean green waste to this mulch, which is a huge airspace savings and a beneficial reuse benefit to the community and customers. We're actively promoting the sale of that material, and we have seen an increase in the quantities we have sold. This is our new trash compactor. Mary McGann's in the photo, as well as some of the staff, and Kevin Fitzgerald is also one of our board members. This was a much needed investment and improvement to the Klondike landfill. Last year, we probably spent and incurred losses upwards of $100,000 because our old compactor was constantly breaking down, and we had to spend a lot of money to fix that machine. This machine should last us at least 15 years. We've purchased a preventative warranty and a preventative maintenance purchase as part of this machine, and it should be very reliable and also conserve our airspace volume at the landfill overall as a whole, and is a huge benefit to that facility where we manage it. Moab landfill, last year, March 28th, 2019, we had a pretty big mess to clean up, and there was basically trash all over the facility. We also had a giant decade-old pile of tires. We were able to identify state funding for those tires. Last year, those were removed in accordance with the state's Waste Tire Recycling Act and their fund. We removed nearly 1,000 tons of old waste tires that the state sponsored the cleanup for, and it cost nearly $175,000, which was a savings to the organization. Looking at it, the landfill as of last week, you can see how much the facility has changed. We've consolidated our areas that we're landfilling. We've actively planned and pursued how to maintain the facility and upkeep it. The tires there are basically safety barricades and helping to guide customers and people who come there to provide trash and dispose of materials at the facility. I did not include a Klondike picture. Recycle center, obviously there has been a massive improvements there, but even our public drop-off collection center has shown massive improvements. This was after some slight improvements last year in April. Last week, as of this year, we've replaced these old railroad ties with some reused parking stops that are painted. We've changed all of our bins. We've revamped the whole organization and logistics of the recycling center drop-off. And we've also added some COVID-19 preventative measures. So the facility is just, as an overall presentation, is much cleaner, much more environmentally friendly, and the facility's been maintained drastically compared to how it was in the past, which I'll move on to next. July of 2018, this is the most stunning picture I've been able to find in our records. And as you can see, the facility, again, this is 2018, had numerous amounts of material that was unprocessed, and material that was processed was sitting in the yard and just creating a visual nuisance, but also spreading litter, and the material was not of high quality as a result. Also last week, the facility, we've maintained it, we've cleaned it up, and we are actively looking to make continuous improvements to how the facility is managed, but also how we maintain and bring in revenues and make it hopefully a break-even facility in the future. However, we do need some infrastructure improvements, namely just a simple ramp to load trucks and a better storage area to keep things out of the elements, the wind, the sun, rain, water. So now when we process materials, with the exception of cardboard, they are direct loaded onto this van trailer here, keeping them out of the weather, out of the site, and the material is not spread all over the facility. So again, a huge improvement to that facility. I'll go over a few of our financials. As a result of these improvements, last year we were in the red. We were at a loss of $102,000, roughly over a $1.2 million budget. So, a little bit close to 10% this year. And I'll go over some of those projected losses, but we are projecting total revenue losses compared to our original budget, totaling about $357,000 towards our $1.6 million original projected budgets. We've looked at an amended budget. We've cut expenses to what we can on discretionary funds and items that we can hold off on for subsequent years. Even though we've amended our budget and cut expenses, we are still projecting a $120,000 to $150,000 loss in revenues over expenditures in 2020. Overall, we are asking for quite a bit of funds. We did lose quite a bit as well as part of the TRT and mineral lease this year that were projected and allocated from Grand County. But at the same time, we have a lot of future planning needs. We have equipment that needs replaced. We have facility improvements that need to be planned through expensive landfill engineers. And we need to constantly move forward with more effective future planning, developments, and so forth for these facilities. Landfilling waste is not as simple as one might seem to think. It's not just, taking the waste and putting dirt over and burying it. There's a lot of planning involved. There's very heavy regulatory requirements. And just to develop a new cell at the Klondike landfill, for instance, could cost upwards of $500,000 to upwards of $1 million. At some of these larger landfills that have more heavily stringent regulatory requirements, a new cell can cost upwards of $3 million to $5 million, depending on leachate collection systems, liner requirements, groundwater monitoring. There's a whole slew of things that we are lucky to be exempt from due to our environments, our geography. The Klondike landfill groundwater is more than 5,000 feet below the ground surface. However, we still do have stringent regulatory requirements that we have to adhere to and manage as waste comes in and as we further develop that facility. But as a whole, and I guess myself, I've come in committed to continuous improvements to enhance everything that we're doing, and we have shown continuous improvements at these facilities, but they do come at a cost, and without the funding, it would be difficult to continually advance these improvements, but also to maintain our facilities. So overall, last year we asked for $500,000. This year we're asking for $600,000 for 2021. That would help us to recover from our projected losses over the past 2 years, but also to help to rebuild our reserves and facilitate future planning at our facilities. So very quickly on our financials, this is our profit and loss for last calendar year, 2019. We did receive approximately $400,000 in support from Grand County in the form of mineral lease revenues and TRT. But as I mentioned, our total loss was negative 102, 829. And a lot of that cost is obviously payroll related, but we do manage 3 facilities. They're open 5 to 6 days a week. And obviously staffing and labor is a large expense. However, our general operating fund, our fuel, our equipment repair and maintenance are also large dollar items. And last year, our total repairs and maintenance was about $110,000 for the entire year for the upkeep management of our equipment and machines, and our fuel and so forth was about $70K. So these are all costs that come with the overall operational expenses to manage these facilities. This is just supplemental, I'll skip over these. These are what the county requested for when we had our materials coming in and the mineral lease expenses. Our profit and loss for this year through the month of July, a lot of detail here, but overall we have cut a lot of our, we've seen less revenues, which is indicated by red here on this right-hand in comparison to our budget. But green, as it relates to our expenses, indicates where we've reduced our expenses projected for the year. So we've cut a lot of things back, but still we've had a lot of more expensive items incurred. And just to compare our repairs and maintenance from last year, we've only spent through July this year about $14,500. That's due to the heavy investments in repairs we made last year, but also to our dedicated staff and our full-time mechanic that maintains our fleet and our machines and our equipment and so forth. But as a whole, we have seen reductions in a majority of our revenue streams, as well as our expenditures. We've cut back as much as we can and what's practical to maintain our operations. Payroll, we're still on budget, and our other revenue as a whole, it's hard to see all this. We've taken a big hit on interest revenues. We're only 33% of projections through July of the year. TRT was down, as well as the mineral lease has taken a big hit in relation to the reduction in mineral lease royalties that the federal government passed. Right now, through July, we're down $202,000 for the year. We're projecting to recover from that, and as I mentioned, ending up at about -120 to $150,000 for the year. Just a few other quick items. So this is kind of our current conditions analysis, and then our current projections. So our current condition shows our original 2020 forecast, our actual revenues through July of 2020, and where we are with that percent of total forecast through July. This was a tool I utilized to forecast out the remainder of the year. But as you can see, our revenues at the recycle center are down. We're still seeing very historically low recycling commodity prices. The Klondike landfill, we should be about 58 to 60%. We're slightly down for that facility. Moab landfill, we're down. And obviously, as I mentioned, the TRT, we've only had about 25% of projected revenues. Our interest is down, as well as our mineral lease, which was at 35%. So overall, our current projections, which is on this whole chart here, is a basic comparison between our original budget and our current revenue projection. So each facility, we are projecting a relatively minor decrease, with the exception of we were hoping to get a recycling contract with the Park Service. That did not go through. Whether it's related to COVID or not, that's unknown. But the Klondike landfill, which is clearly our largest revenue generating facility, original budget forecasted it being about 44% of our overall revenues for the year. We're forecasting to be down 11%. And based on the updated amended budget with the county, our TRT is down 50%, mineral lease projected down at 38%. And with these dollar values, those losses were rather big hits for our overall budget, which was originally about $1.6 million. And now we're projecting to be down about $353,000, and looking at selling some excess equipment to also further recover from those losses. Another thing to point out is just our balance sheet, and I'm almost finished here. I apologize for taking up more time than I anticipated. As of December 31st of 2019, our total savings, checking, et cetera, was about 1.48 million. At the end of July, we were at about 900,000. So we've taken a big hit on our overall liquid assets, our closure funds, et cetera, which those are actually restricted, our closure funds, but we have expended a lot of money. Some of that, a large portion went towards the purchase of that trash compactor. But overall, we have seen a decline in our overall liquid assets as a whole. I did an analysis for my board meeting yesterday. I think in December, if you total our liquid assets, we had about 1.2 million. As of July 31st, we are down to roughly $600,000 in liquid assets. So we have taken a rather big hit in our overall finances as a whole for the organization. That's all I have. I really appreciate your time and ongoing support. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and I could provide further detailed information in future email correspondence, phone calls, meetings, etc., whatever the council would prefer. And I'm always available by phone and email, and willing to provide information and answer any questions that might be floating around out there. Thank you.
Does the council have any questions? Evan, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Very thorough presentation. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from the Transportation Special Service District.
Hi there. I'm Ashley Wareham, and I'm the chair with the Transportation Special Service District. Well, thanks for letting us come on. I'll try to be really quick. So in the past, just a breakdown, we've added the storm drain to our charter. That happened last year, and so we were able to get more funds. We had planned to contribute to the Jackson Street Detention Phase 2 project, where we were going to contribute money, and then the county was going to contribute, and then they were going to go and ask for some CIB money. Right near then, the coronavirus came in, and it was just decided that we should probably back out of that project of going to ask for CIB money. So we just continued to save that money. So currently we're just saving our money that we get, and we've been purchasing test strips, which is some asphalt, to do some overlays to help preserve the county roads longer. The recent one that we had done is out on Spanish Trail Road out by the GWISA office. You guys may have drove over that. We've used test strips and paid for those. And then coming up in the future, we still want to contribute to the Jackson Street Detention Phase 2 project, other test strips, and continue saving our money for other storm drain projects that come along. Storm drain projects are not cheap, and so we just have to continue saving it until we have enough, or we're able to pitch in for some match money for those. We're just asking for at least the same amount as we had last year, percentage wise anyway, and hopefully the virus and everything kind of calms down, so things will go back to normal, so that we can save for our larger projects, which would be the storm drain projects. And that's what we have.
Any questions?
Mary?
Yes.
Yeah, I just like to comment here. The reason we included expansion of storm drainage in the charter for the transportation special service district was that the road department couldn't do it on their own. They have to stay within a certain area, okay? And the transportation district can go beyond that. So part of the reason why the transportation district was created in the first place was because the road department was not able to fund a lot of the drainage projects. And so that's why the transportation department was created. So we just want to make everybody understand why the transportation special service district exists, and basically to handle the things that the road department is not able to.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, we're almost an hour off of when we usually have second citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
Yes, I have a quick comment.
Yes, Reed?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment about the workshop today about the area plan for 313. So back in June, my Willow Springs campground development was voted against with a strong sentiment that the 313 191 area plan needed to be discussed first to see if campgrounds would be an acceptable use for the area. At the workshop held today with the Planning Commission, it was obvious in the straw poll that campgrounds and RV parks would be included in the vision statement for the area. It was also apparent that the planning department is going to take many of the strict development standards from the OAO and incorporate them into the scenic protection zone overlays for areas like the 313-191 area. It was also apparent that any overnight accommodations, including campgrounds or RV parks, would not become permitted uses at the end of the 313 area plan and would have to be applied for through the separate OAO process. So since my Willow Springs campground development meets or exceeded all of the development requirements of the OAO, we are committed to working with the county to provide a quality establishment in that area. We would request that the county commission bring up the Willow Springs campground OAO application at their next meeting and revote on it now that it is apparent that it would be an allowed use under the new vision for the area. I would also remind you that the OAO application only approves the zoning for the property, which gives permission for a campground to be built, and that a final site plan would still need further approval from the county at the time that it is finalized, which will allow the county to make sure that the final development meets all applicable area standards. We appreciate your reconsideration of this proposal that has been demonstrated as a great need for town and the area, and will help reduce noise, traffic, and congestion on our town with the influx of visitation that we continue to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Thank you, Reed Pendleton. Any other citizens to be heard?
Yeah, Mary, this is Tricia Dean. I wanted to make a comment about agenda item M that's coming up, the Book Cliffs Highway.
Oh, yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
So I want to make this, I'll try to be extremely quick. I spent a lot of time in the Book Cliffs. I've watched this on and off for years, the proposal of this, and seen what has happened since Seep Ridge has been paved. I just really want the council to acknowledge the scale of this job. If you've spent any time in the Book Cliffs and the proposed avenues that they're looking at, whether it be Hay Canyon or East Canyon, it would just be a monstrous job. And even if the DOT or UDOT pays for that, the maintenance of that highway would just be tremendous. It would be a tremendous task to be put on Grand County. Other than that, it's really just, it would really impede the wildlife that exists up there. And I guess that's my big issue. It's not to say that there's not roads running all over up there. There are old gas and oil roads that have been put in, but the wildlife is extremely abundant. And since that Seep Ridge has been put in, the Division of Wildlife recently did a study up there, and deer and elk populations have been on the downslide for a while in the Book Cliffs. So they were looking at some of the mitigating factors. And the Seep Ridge Road, they have found, has not only roadkill, but it's really put just impeding their migration patterns up there. So I really want the council to really look at the bigger issues that surround that highway, and the fact that on every single side of the Book Cliffs, there's already highways running. Basically from East Canyon, if you were to go directly east from there and hit Douglas Pass, it's like 19 miles as the crow flies. So there's already a highway on this side of the Book Cliffs. There's a highway through 9 Mile, and there's a highway over Indian Canyon. So I really feel like this is something that Grand County does not need to be a part of. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard? We will now move to general business action items. Approving amendment to the contract with Armstrong Consultant regarding task order K. Andy Solvig, Airport Director.
Sure.
Good evening.
and the rest of the no longer council commission, right?
I guess so.
Well, you can read in the agenda summary. I'll give you a little bit of history in addition to this. So prior to a project starting, a general contractor will provide an estimate for what they think their costs will be based on hours and other estimations. So when Armstrong put that together before the project started, it estimated a certain number of hours based on the schedule. And that's what we agreed to. What ended up happening is the contractor was able to finish ahead of schedule and under budget, which we all really appreciate. As a result, though, because of the long days, and they worked mostly 6 out of the 7 days a week, it did add hours to the Armstrong estimate. And when you look at the total numbers, the overall project savings was a little over $536,000. The local match is 5% of that. So when you look at the big scheme of things, the county took out a CIB loan of $250,000 in total for the local match. We end up having a savings, $26,826. So what Armstrong is requesting is based on the additional hours and overtime, it'll be just under $81,000 in additional expenses to their contract. Because we have such a large savings, the additional local share is just over $4,000, but we're still claiming a savings of $22,780. And so this request is just to amend their contract, approving the $80,905.25. Are there any questions?
Questions?
Yeah, yes. So is it going to cost the county any more money?
Well, yes and no. So the project is federally funded by 95%. Okay, like I said, the total savings was $536,524. County savings was $26,826. So what's ending up happening is we are paying an additional $4,000, but our county savings is still $22,780 under budget.
So it's still going to cost us more money.
It's overall project, we're saving $22,780, but yes, it's an additional $4,000 on our end.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like when you read it, hopefully it explains a little bit better. We're still saving costs. We're not adding any additional costs to the project.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, we are. We're adding $4,000.
Right, based on the underestimate. I mean, they put in more hours than was estimated in the contract prior to the project starting, and that's kind of a gamble you take. It's sort of like a change order. If you're to put a change order on a project because of expenses not expected, that's exactly what this is, but for the contractor or for the I'm sorry, the consultant.
Any further questions? I'd call for a motion.
I'll make that motion, Mary.
Thank you, Jaylyn.
I move to approve a contract amendment with Armstrong Consultants regarding the task order K in an additional amount of $80,905.25 for services rendered.
Second.
Motion by Jaylyn Hawks, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Do we have any further questions or discussion? I will call for a vote. All in favor, say yes or raise your hand.
Yes.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now moving to adopting a one-year lease. Excuse me?
I could be mistaken, but I think Greg voted in opposition. Is that true?
No,
Okay.
he,
Well,
he,
just
ha-
late.
he
Okay.
was
I
just
was
late.
just slow. I was
I was-
thinking about it.
All
I
right,
was
thank you.
watching. I was watching him and I didn't call the vote till I saw his hand. Okay, approving 1-year lease extension between Red Tail Air and Grand County. Andy, so
Madam Chair, members of the commission and general public. The Red Tail Air lease is expiring as of today. And this, their existing lease agreement, which was a 6-year lease agreement, allows for the extension or the 1-year option to their lease agreement. And this is a request to offer that extension to them. So these spaces that it includes office space in the terminal building, hangars A and B, both of which the county owns. Their self-fueling operation and spaces for aircraft tie down as well as fuel trucks. So all of that is combined into this one lease agreement, and we'll just extend it for 1 year. Unless there's any questions.
it's good to see revenue in the
Yes.
financial impact. Questions? Evan,
I would like to make a motion.
thank you.
I move to approve a 1-year lease extension between Grand County and Red Tail Air, Inc., which extends the office lease agreement executed between the parties on April 17th, 2018.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Rory Paxman. Discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. Is there a reason why they're not extending it another 6 years? Is that not an option? Okay.
No, fair question. The current lease agreement only allows the 1 year. So what will happen is within the next 12 months, we will notify them saying, hey, by the way, this lease is expiring. The county will have the option if we want to do a request for proposal for similar services. We could very well keep Red Tail on and offer them another 5-10 year lease agreement, whatever that looks like. So it allows the county some flexibility. While, the FAA likes to see competition, not saying that we need or even want to change Red Tail. It just provides the option and gives them the opportunity to offer the county a proposal of what they're doing for long-term investment.
Thank you. Any further question? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Or both. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now moving to adopting resolution approving the Strawberg PUD, subdivision final plat located at 4057 South Chapman Street. Mila Dunbar Irwin. Mila?
Yes. Sorry,
There
Mary.
you are. There you are.
Thank you for all the names. Okay, so you all have seen this before. This is the final plat for the Strawberg PUD. This is an administrative item at this point. It is not legislative anymore, and staff has found it to be complete with all of our subdivision standards and the approved PUD standards for the Strawberg subdivision. We don't have any remaining conditions and suggest that you approve as in the agenda summary.
Questions? Okay, now this is an administrative motion. So unlike legislative, we cannot listen to public clamor. Christina, would you comment on that, please?
Sure. You summarized it very well. So the legislative piece of this was approving the PUD, which you guys did back in June. This is the final plat. So it is administrative review, and you have very limited rights to disapprove it at this point. You need to deem that it is sufficient with law, which includes our land use code and state statute. It does not include our general plan. That is a planning guidance document.
You have received additional public comment on the final plat application, and you cannot consider that in terms of opinions of the neighbors or the community. There was nothing substantive pointed out about violations of law. There was a comment made about the general plan. That again is a guiding document only. It's not considered law. There's also an objection made about the time frame and that we only had 30 days to bring it to the council. That is incorrect. The 30-day time frame that, and it was actually an attorney representing a bunch of the neighbors. The 30-day time frame is in our code section 9.2.5. That applies to the rezone process very expressly. And that again was what you did back in June. The PUD process is an effective rezone of the property and provides essentially an overlay. So that doesn't apply here. So there has been no substantive objection. Mila and I have determined it is consistent with our code and with state statute, specifically LUDMA.
Thank you, Christina. With that being said, is there any more? Is there any questions?
Question.
Okay. Yes.
So can we still vote no on this?
You can vote no on it. You have every right to do that. But if you're voting no, you should have a reason that it is somehow not making what is considered the land use rules and laws.
So vote no, you need to articulate a finding that it violates our land use code or state statute in some specific way.
It can't be because people don't like it.
You can also abstain if you don't want to vote. But just know that the county's options here are very limited under law.
Okay.
It's where the city got in trouble with that one B&B, bed and breakfast.
Well, that was a little bit different because that was a conditional use permit issue, but it's
same, similar.
Somewhat similar.
Yeah. Okay, Evan.
I would like to move to approve the final plat for the Strawberry subdivision, a planned unit development located at 4057 South Chapman Street on parcel number 02-0SAA-0007, an amendment of lot 7, All American Acre subdivision on the condition that ordinance number 611 and its associated master plan attached thereto as Exhibit A is recorded in the real property records of Grant County, Utah prior to the final plat.
That was really great, Evan, but I did send out a revised agenda summary that had just 2 words inserted that to clarify this is both a plat amendment and a subdivision of lot 7. Otherwise, all those same words are in there.
I would, with the edits mentioned by the attorney. Was this emailed during the meeting?
No, but just before.
Oh.
During the workshop.
Well, that makes sense.
I was applying myself to proper planning. I apologize for missing that.
Was that a second, Roy? Okay. Any further discussion?
Was that motion clear enough with the edits from the attorney?
Quinn, was that clear enough?
I already copied I've got Christina's notes. I've got the correct motion in. So as long as Evan agrees that his motion is the correct one that Christina amended, yes, I've got Christina's wording correct.
Thank you, Quinn. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, it passes 6 with 1 abstaining. Oh, 2 abstaining? Okay. Okay, excuse me. I knew. Okay, so 5 in favor, 2 abstaining. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just make a little statement? As much as I really support the idea of affordable housing, in this particular case, I just was not able to support it.
Okay, we are moving to Approving the amended job descriptions of the Travel Council Administrator Assistance position to include the duties of the vacant info and special events coordinator retitled to Travel Council Specialist and reclassing it to pay grade from grade 5 to grade 6. Renee Baker, Personal Service Director, and Elaine Gisler, Economic Development Director.
Great.
Take it
Thanks,
away,
Mary.
ladies.
All right. I will just speak to this quickly. So Elaine has a vacant position of the Special Events and Info Coordinator or Facilitator. I think I have it in Facilitator down in the background description. With that vacant position, we're hoping in 2021 to have a better understanding of the direction we want to take a economic development specialist or coordinator, something within that role, and reclassify that job description in 2021 to better serve the economic development side that we've set up. So with that, it does leave some duties open that need to be covered in the Travel Council. So we'd like to loop that all in under one Travel Council specialist. So adding in the duties of the Special Events Committee, and then just the Travel Council specialist will continue to do the TRT tracking in that statistical data. I can take any questions, or if Elaine, if you want to add anything, go ahead.
Elaine, you're muted.
You mute.
While Elaine gets unmuted really quick, I do just want to make one other point. So the Special Events Facilitator position was budgeted in 2020 at a grade 7. In 2021, we would like to kind of level out all of the positions within Elaine's department as the specialist position at a grade 6. So we will be proposing that position be brought down to a grade 6 in the future. So, and that this one will go up.
Yes, Renee and I had a lot of discussion over this, but we think this is the best way for us to proceed forward. And I will still be overseeing all the special events, all the special event committee meetings, and then the specialist will make sure that the applications are processed, that we have all the documentation, that we send it out, we have all the approvals, and then we will forward that on to the Special Events Committee. So, and this way, as Renee had indicated, we will have the position open so we can take a look at how that position will be transformed in 2021, if necessary, to help with economic development. So I think it's a good way to restructure this job description.
Thank you. Any questions? Further questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the amended job description of Travel Council Admin Assistant position to include the duties of the vacant info and special events coordinator, retitled to Travel Council Specialist and reclassified to pay grade from grade 5 to grade 6, retroactive to 3 August 2020.
Second.
A motion by Greg Halliday, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Are there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
I will double check. It looks like it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay. We are to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. Approving proposed project list to be submitted to the Grand County Transportation Special Service District for considerations of projects funding for 2021. Approving requests permitting fireworks on private property for the 2020 Moab Music Festival. Approving local consent for a temporary beer permit for the Moab 240 October 9 through 13. 2020. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it, but I have a question for the attorney.
Okay, certainly. So motion to accept by Greg Halliday, seconded by Rory Paxman, and discussion. Rory?
Christina, does that make us liable? You're moot.
I'm muted and I'm getting up to speed. So can you flesh out your concern while I'm looking for?
It's the fireworks on approving on a
Yeah, I can answer that. The county fire warden cannot grant permission to do fireworks. Only the local government body, which would be us. In this case, he has provided all of the information relevant to this. The insurance paperwork, the company that will be doing it, and site map. Personally, I have gone out and looked at the site. It is an open alfalfa field that is currently being watered. This event has been put on for the last 10 plus years. In the past, it was just approved by the fire warden. This year, the state is requested that we have to okay it. Castle Valley Fire District will be providing fire oversight during the event. So based upon all that, I don't see a problem.
Does that answer your question, Rory?
Well, also Rory, I mean, it looks like this is part of the Moab Music Festival, so I'm curious about that. But I am looking at the certificate of insurance, which does include Grand County as an additional insured and insures up to $5 million for each accident. But I would assume there should be some component of, the special event licensing also covering us, but none of that information has been provided in the packet. And this is the first I've seen of this. It wasn't routed through me first.
This is Mallory. I guess you can see my video now. I don't know about liability or any of those technical things, but I will say from going through the 4th of July that they provided the same requirements that we asked for in order to have our fireworks show up on Lions Back, for what that's worth.
Meaning just the insurance, the site plan, the fire coverage, fire district coverage.
All of that.
Yeah.
That is also what we had to have. So, and it's the same company. I know that doesn't make the difference with liability, but from our end of what I saw for the 4th of July, it is the same information that they're submitting and all of the same requirements.
Thank you, Mallory. That was very helpful.
Don't put my name on it.
It's on record. Do I have any further questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Passes unanimously. This moves us to our discussion item. Discussion regarding the Bureau of Land Management, BOM, adjacent right-of-way holder notification for the 7-county infrastructure coalition proposal to pave 35 miles through the Book Cliffs to connect Steep Ridge Road in Uinta County with I-70 in Grand County. Commissioner Hawks.
Thank you. So this, I could talk a long time about the demerits of this project, as I'm sure lots and lots of other people could. So I appreciated Tricia's comments, because the wildlife disturbance is one area that I would cover, but I'm not going to talk forever about it. I'm just going to make a few simple points. This keeps coming back to us year after year after year. And it all boils down to pretty much the same thing. Oh, first, let me apologize. I did prepare the agenda summary, and I did direct what attachments should go in the packet, and I neglected to put probably the most important attachment, and that is the letter that is spoken of in the agenda summary, the right-of-way notice holder notification. So you all got that in your email. Hopefully you can remember what it said. Anyway, it's about a road, a road that Grand County doesn't want to be built entirely within our county by a coalition of 7 other counties with taxpayer dollars that could go to very much needed other projects and services, especially when alternate routes are available. If you look at page 230 of the packet, you'll see that, well, a little background, the 7 County Infrastructure Coalition submitted an application to the BLM, and the BLM, at that point, this was last spring, early spring. At that point, the Bureau of Land Management responded to the 7 County Infrastructure Coalition. That information begins on about page 230. It might vary a little bit because I'm using the next to the last version of the agenda. So let me get there. Anyway, that letter named it listed 6 things that the 7 County Infrastructure Coalition needed to address, according to the Bureau of Land Management. 5 of those seem to be, pretty substantial things. So I guess my recommendations to keep this short tonight is to, I'd like to connect with the BLM to see how those issues were resolved. One of them, for instance, is that they have the capability and the financial ability to support this road, 7 County, and all they listed was between us and the state, we can do it, is pretty much what it said. So, those kinds of issues that are pretty substantial. Connect with the BLM to see how those 6 issues were resolved, and then create a letter for approval at the next council meeting. And that is all I have on this. I'd love to hear comments if you have any.
Thank you, Jaylyn. I read an article in the Salt Lake paper. I believe it was last week or the week before, probably the week before, because I was on vacation last week or gone, that the Community Impact Board is being sued because of misuse of funds. That funds are being directed to help industry rather than to help communities. And a big part of that suit is around the Community Impacts Board's willingness to support this DEPA and the road. So I think it would be very wise of us to let them know that at this point, I think the cost of the road is so high and the maintenance of it is so high, and we have so many places that need to, roads that need to be maintained in this state, that I don't want to see the money taken away from those. That's my comment.
Comment, Mary?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, when the 7 County Coalition came down here and were talking with us, I was involved with that. Bill Jackson was involved. I think Kurt was involved with us. Basically, I think what they have to do is there is a right of way wherever the road meets another road. Whoever owns the other road has a right of way, and they have to get permission from every one of those holders all the way down the line to do this, because they're going to be changing the location of the road, of the existing road to a new location. It's going to change all those other roads that are the right of way for either from an oil and gas company or somebody else. And so they're going to have to deal with all of those all the way down the line. Bill Jackson really knows all the ins and outs with this. Of course, this will not be any Grand County money, neither for the construction nor for the maintenance. I'm not sure where they're going to get it from the state, but I mean, we're talking at least $150 million. So at this point, that's about all I know what's going on with this. So
150 million in 2015 prices when the engineering review was first written.
Yeah, so it's going to be substantially more, and I don't know where the state's going to get it, but that's the state's problem.
Well, it's not the state's problem. It's all of our problems. It's our money. It's our tax money that the state is using to build a road that's going to be very expensive through an area that we have been opposing in Grand County for, I don't know how many years, 25. And so it does matter. Any further discussion?
I think Kurt had a.
Oh, Curtis.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only fair to mention that the current proposed route is an entirely different route than what was originally proposed. You know, so a lot of the specifics, you know, from historical proposals, for instance, Sago Canyon, you know, I've heard sitting council members right now say that their primary reasoning for opposing, you know, the previous project was tied to the specific canyon. So we're not talking about the same proposed path, you know, for the record. I think that it's absolutely realistic and accurate to say that that the highway would surely improve you know, conditions for natural resource development. I don't think anybody's trying to hide that. The study that the 7 county infrastructure coalition did on the project showed a minimal positive impact, but I don't agree with that. I mean, any highway, you know, Highway 313 during the Fidelity oil and gas boom, you know, was a big deal. So I mean, we're in rural Utah. Anytime you have a highway going into, you know, any area where there's natural resource development, you know, it's going to be a beneficiary. But the point I want to make is that I don't think the label that there's a tourism interest in the road is false. I mean, just like Moab has converted to, you know, a tourism economy, Uintah County and Vernal and those areas they're following us in that direction. People are you know, interested in seeing these different areas. Dinosaur National Monument in Vernal. I mean, there's pretty unbelievable recreation opportunities in Vernal. It's a very difficult place to get to, especially for people that are flying into, you know, Moab and even from Western Colorado, it's very difficult to get to. So if you take away all the history, like these documents that Councilmember Hawks have produced are very like heavy on like political history, you know, and things of that nature. But like just from a strictly pragmatic sense, if you're trying to move people around, especially in areas they're trying to go, you know, I do think that there's quite a bit of merit to it. You know, whether we want to, you know, support that or not, but I think it's important for us to, you know, agree on the facts. And the first one is this isn't the same project as it was previously proposed. And, you know, another thing I want to mention is that, you know, when Uinta County came down and met with us all in the council chambers, they were kind of not really on the same page with the 7-County Infrastructure Coalition as far as this project is concerned. And they had acknowledged that in their meeting with us. The Uinta County Commission were kind of surprised by some of the things and not in the loop on some of the things. And they're in the, you know, the same, they're in the 7-County Infrastructure Coalition. But, you know, they kind of led with, look, we're down here looking at your tourism industry, talking about tourism, and they want to be an importer of tourism. And when that was the last meeting that I can really recall where we had talked about this, and I walked away from that just thinking we need to just have more discussion about this, because the communication has been pretty kind of fractured. You know, we've heard from Uinta County and we've heard from the Infrastructure Coalition, and the parties haven't entirely been on the same page. And so, you know, I've sat through a handful of discussions with you all on this the past 3 years. Your big arguments have been, we can't afford the maintenance. That's been put down. That it's just another oil and gas road. That's not true. And so if we, you know, all I would ask is that if we want to talk about taking a position on it, let's agree on the facts. And I think this is another good example of the 7-County Infrastructure Coalition. We don't have to agree with all of their projects. And I'll be honest with you, I don't necessarily like the fact that somebody's pushing a project, you know, that we're not in the room and at the table. And I think that's a problem. I think that remains a problem. And I think we should also loop Bill Jackson in on this, because he's been a primary component to these discussions, as he's in every liaison meeting, as Greg suggested, with us in the BLM. From an organizational standpoint, Bill is the most educated on this issue, and so when we're talking about county right-of-ways and things of that nature, he needs to be at the table for this discussion.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that if we're talking about tourism development for Vernal in that area, you know, that's, you know, and if that's something that does right by that community, I think that's, you know, I think that's, you know, that's the choice that they would have to make. And I think in terms of where the burden, you know, I think the burden should then be held on the visitor to drive the extra 15 to 25 minutes to get to Vernal on the existing roads, rather than the burden being placed on our wildlife, on our infrastructure, and our taxpayer dollars.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would just echo the sentiment that if we were to prioritize state highway projects, you know, working with our neighbors, I would like to see the 191 corridor to Price improved for safety. We've lost a lot of our community members here, and as well as Green River. And I would hate to see that take a back seat to a project like this. Also in the agenda summary, there was a mention of assessing our options. And I guess that I kind of have some questions without that letter in front of me at the moment of what we kind of see some of our options, what's being asked of us, and what some of our options may be, at this point.
Mary?
Yes.
Jaylyn, why did you bring this up now?
I brought
Because
it up because we received a letter from the BLM asking for a response to
Okay.
this right of way. The adjacent right of way holder notification is what they sent us. I believe we received that within the last week, maybe week and a half. And it deserves a discussion and a response.
Yes, we need.
And I guess I didn't really see that as a yes or no sort of response. I think that there's a lot of kind of gray area around this. I know at one point we had talked about trying to preserve any kind of pipeline sort of right of ways or things like that in the area. Like Greg was bringing up with different road intersections. And so it seems like there's kind of a spectrum of responses, and I'm not real familiar with what those may be.
Yeah, that's why Bill Jackson needs to be a part of this discussion, because he knows all the ins and outs on this.
Yes, Curtis.
So just a clarification, the BLM sent the county council or the chair and the vice chair a letter, or they sent, I didn't catch that.
This came to Quinn, and Quinn forwarded it to all of us.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it came
believe.
to our office and then I scanned it and emailed it to everyone.
Why don't we just get another discussion, with Bill Jackson, and before the discussion, determine what our options are, and then have an action item discussion with potential action. Because this has been going on for, this kind of weird gray area with this thing has been going on for well over a year. And that's, like I said, when Uintah County came to visit us, they weren't really clear either. And we just don't seem to to make any progress, So
I don't have the letter in front of me, but what I understand is they wanted to know what our willingness was to consider granting right-of-ways.
So Mary, I do have the letter in front of me. Again,
Thank you.
I apologize that I didn't get it in the agenda. It says, "Dear right-of-way holder, federal regulations found in 43 Code of Federal Regulations 2807.14 state the Bureau of Land Management will contact adjacent right-of-way holders when the BLM receives a new right-of-way application that adjoins existing authorizations. 7-County Infrastructure Coalition submitted a proposal to construct a paved roadway in Grand County, Utah. The proposed project consists of constructing an approximately 35-mile all-weather paved road that would connect I-70 in Grand County to the Seepridge Road in Uintah County. The proposed alignment is described in the attached legal land description and map. Adjacent authorizations held by Grand County include UTU-57097 and UTU-64084. If you would like to submit written comments as to how this proposed project may affect your right-of-way, please do so within 30 days from the date of this letter to address the above. If you have any questions, please contact Lisa Wilkolak, Realty Specialist at, there's a phone number and an email address. Sincerely, Nicole. Gaddis Wyatt, field manager. I was hoping she would hang around for this part of the meeting because she was in the meeting earlier.
It's gone
Yeah.
on a long time.
I wonder
Yeah,
how many miles the proposed route is along our existing right of way. Because like one of the things, and I don't have the answer to that question, but I don't see it in the table that's provided. And so like something that I think would be beneficial to all of us is if you have this picture in your mind that the majority of it's in a right of way, and if you veto that and it cancels the project, that's one scenario. If you not, working with them doesn't just ruin their project and it just takes it longer for them to do what they need to do, or they got to work harder, spend more money, that's a totally different thing. Are you stopping the project, or are you just making it hard on them? And as an organization, we're interfacing with other organizations. That's important for negotiating. That's important for understanding those things. And I just don't feel like we've been, and I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but I don't think we're really like grasping the entirety of the circumstance so that we can really navigate very well.
I can appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't mean to walk on you there, but I think to their question of how would it impact our right of ways, I would assume that with an improved roadway there, we could expect more traffic. All those intersections that were highlighted in the letter would also probably experience higher levels of travel, resulting in increased maintenance costs on these other roads that aren't being improved at the burden of the county. And so maybe that's a place to start our response from.
okay. Good discussion. So Jaylyn, it sounds like maybe Curtis, you might want to too we should work on getting a letter to respond so we can get it back to them within 30 days. So it should be on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that it is important to focus on their question of how it would affect our right-of-ways in question, rather than supporting the whole project, yay or nay. I don't think we have to weigh in on if we're pro or against the project, but just kind of, how we expect it to impact us. The report that we got before when the proposal was originally submitted was that it was a subpar application. And I think that's why we didn't weigh in on it then, because the kind of insight that we got when both us and our fellow commission members up north were questioning the intent of the 7-county infrastructure application, the response we got from the BLM was that it was hard to say because their application was
incomplete.
Not the most thorough. Yeah.
Any further? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We are to the public hearing. Public hearing to hear written and verbal comments on the proposed ordinance amending Article 4, Section 4.7.6B, Article 5, Section 4.5.4.1A, and Article 9, Section 9.1.5, 9.1.8, 9.2.5, 9.9, 9.91.1, 9.92, and 9.12 of the Grand County Land Use Code. Mila.
This should be a very easy public hearing. We have not received any public comments so far. These are minor revisions to these articles of the Land Use Code. I'll go through them real quick in case you haven't read the proposed ordinance in detail. The county attorney and our department initiated these changes to clean up some issues that we've been facing with our code. The Article 9 replats have been amended to match state code, and there were also a reasonable timeline was added to allow for staff review. And this is also found in other places in our code. It was 30 days and we added 30 days or reasonable time. The public notice section was further amended to reflect the need to notice some applications for public meetings and not just for public hearings. Then the entire constitutional takings review and appeal section was modified to reflect state code, which takes precedence during these hearings and which is what we've been using anyway in some recent appeal hearings. The Article 4 changes, the HDHO plat language was changed to match the recording procedure, which we worked out with the county recorder. And then the Article 5 changes, we just added a line to the lot standards table to hopefully cut down on some of the questions that we get. It was just doing the calculations for minimum lot size. The Planning Commission did consider a modification to the approval expiration of the HDHO, but did not recommend that change. And we concur and have taken that away out of the proposed ordinance. Christina, do you have anything else?
I think I'll just clarify the changes to the deed restriction for high density housing overlays. All it's doing is eliminating these blanks that we had in our code that were awkward every single time to actually fill in what date it was recorded and what the entry number was. So it's just written more general. Otherwise, it does not affect any of the actual language of the HDHO deed restriction. So it doesn't affect any of the projects that have already been approved. And then on the constitutional takings process, and this is 9.12, we of course went through this recently, and interestingly, or not so interestingly, our code was not well written, and it was much more ambiguous and broad than what state statute required. So the way it's revised is almost word for word what state statute requires, and it refers to the Utah Constitutional Takings Issues Act, which is where this mandate in our state statute comes from. So that's just cleaning that up. And the other ones are pretty minor. I think Mila described them well, but if you guys have any questions, let us know.
Any questions?
I will add really quickly, I don't know if it would count as public comment because we received an email during the meeting and the public notice was to submit public comment ahead of the meeting. And it, I don't think went through the same stream as it normally would, but there is an email I forwarded with some public comment if that is anything that you all want to weigh over or consider before going forward.
Normally we wait till the next meeting to vote on public hearings. Do we want to wait to vote on this for the next time so we have time to look at that public comment, or does somebody want to make a motion to move forward?
Well, there are other people on this Zoom call that may want to make comment now as well.
Is there anyone that on the Zoom call that might want to make comment on public hearing? Oh, and
I just have
I
have a question about the proposed ordinance.
Yes.
In the Planning Commission recommendation section of the agenda summary, it said that the Planning Commission considered a change to the expiration of approval for high density housing overlay projects. However, they rejected that change. Staff and the county attorney concur and have removed it from the proposed ordinance under consideration. Can you, Mila and Christina, provide some clarification there on what does that mean?
Sure. Originally, we had in this proposed ordinance a change to the 2-year expiration date on HDHO approvals, which is currently, if you do not file a site plan or a final plat before the end of 24 months, then the HDHO approval expires and those units go back into the pool. What we were trying to do was prevent there just being approved lots on the ground that would, not be built for who knows how long. And so the original proposal was to have 24 months to building permit. However, during the course of discussion at Planning Commission meeting and amongst ourselves, we realized that that wouldn't work because some of these are lots that would potentially have been sold. And so it's not possible, to revoke an approval without a building permit if lots surrounding that, the lot that doesn't have the building permit, let's say, have changed ownership. So that was taken out, and we'll work on if there's a way that we could potentially ensure that some of these get built in a reasonable time frame. But for now, we're going to leave it as is.
Does that answer your question, Curtis?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question. Anybody online that would like to make a comment on this?
And I will say, I just reviewed that public comment that Mallory forwarded, and one of those, there's 3 comments there. 2 are quite technical, and I'd like Mila to look at those. The third one I'd like to look at, it's making the point that our public notice requirements are more expansive than state statute. So I would like the council to leave this open so that we have time to address those.
Okay. So this public hearing will remain open until somebody have that date right in front of them. Wednesday.
15th, or sorry, no, I don't know.
It'd be this public hearing will close on Wednesday the 9th at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we are to calendar items and public notices. Mallory?
Well, I will make this one very fast.
Take your time. We
Because
made
I
it this
forgot
far.
everything. Let's see. At our next meeting, it sounds like on the 15th, we'll potentially be holding a separate MBA meeting. We'll also have a separate workshop for determining or finalizing the mineral lease PILT funding. So
that's gonna be hard.
I'm guessing that will be around 2 o'clock on the 15th. Monday is a holiday, so we will be closed for Labor Day. And as of the afternoon check-in, all of the special events that were mentioned at the last meeting are still going forward for September. We have had one cancellation, which is the Trans Rockies Moab Rocks in October. They've canceled, and as was previously discussed, it sounds like for next year we're getting some applications, Rally on the Rocks, and trying to determine how to proceed and what things could look like. But that is all that I can think of. Are there any questions?
No?
All right.
No.
Nice, easy.
I know that we have a request for a closed session to discuss character and competency. Christina, do we need to discuss pending litigation as well?
We might as well motion for it if you guys want more information.
Okay, so
Sure.
could I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss character and competency and possible litigation?
So moved.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. Okay.